All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. So folks, if you don't mind grabbing your seats and finishing whatever bite you have. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Jack Waldorf. I'm the Executive Director here at the Western Governors Association. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the third Decarbonizing the West Initiative workshop taking place here in beautiful Denver, Colorado. I want to thank today's host and recent chair of WGA, Colorado Governor Jared Polis, as well as thank our current WGA chair, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, for traveling from Cheyenne to join us here today. To have them both here highlights not only their collective leadership in support of the West, but their shared commitment to working together to solve complex Western issues. Thank you, governors, for both being here. We really appreciate it. I'd also like to recognize our initiative partners, Basin Electric Power Cooperative, Google Energy, Idaho National Laboratory, JP Morgan Chase, Net Power, Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association, and the Walton Family Foundation. Their invaluable contributions and continued support have been instrumental to our initiative efforts so far. So on behalf of our governors, thank you for your partnership on the Decarbonizing the West initiative. I'd also like to recognize the WGA team for their outstanding work on the workshop, for today's workshop, but also the series of workshops we've held thus far. They've done a great job per usual, so please raise your hand, WGA team, and give them a round of applause. They're doing great. I also want to give a special shout out to Abby, who you will hear from later on today, who's spearheading the initiative on behalf of WGA. And for those who haven't met Abby, make sure that you do so today, because at some point we're all going to be working for her, so today's your good day to get on her good side, so please do that. But in all seriousness, Abby has done a masterful job leading this initiative for us, and we're lucky to have her on the team. So last July, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon launched his Decarbonizing the West as his 2024 WGA Chair Initiative. Excuse me. This effort is dedicated to exploring how decarbonization strategies, including carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies, direct air capture, and natural sequestration can position Western states as leaders in innovation and reduce carbon emissions. Throughout this initiative, WGA has convened experts and industry leaders to discuss various aspects of decarbonization. This has been a collaborative and bipartisan effort supported by other governors across the Western footprint. Last September, Governor Gordon hosted the kickoff workshop in Gillette, Wyoming, where conversations focused on the development of carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies. In December, Idaho Governor Brad Little hosted the second workshop in Boise, which focused on natural sequestration and explored topics related to agriculture, forestry, and land management. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek will host the fourth and final workshop on March 11th and 12th in Portland. The current agenda and registration information for that workshop are now available on WGA's website, so please check that out. Using these workshops, webinars, surveys, WGA conducts a thorough and stakeholder engagement process to identify best practices and learn from participant experiences. Initiative participants help inform policy recommendations to streamline and incentivize carbon reduction and removal efforts while identifying strategies for broader implementation across the West. Findings and recommendations will be compiled into a report which will guide the development of Western governors' policy and WGA's future advocacy on this important subject. And we will publish this report in June of 2024 at our annual meeting in Olympic Valley, California. Today, the carbon removal industry is at an inflection point, and an opportunity to advance these great technologies has never been greater. So once again, I thank you for joining us today, both in person and for those of you joining us via the live stream. And I look forward to a productive couple days of conversation. And now it's my great honor to introduce today's host, Colorado Governor Jared Polis. Hold on real fast. I gotta go saw something for you. So during his time as WGA chair, Governor Polis led the Heat Beneath Our Feet initiative, focusing on the development and deployment of geothermal energy. Governor Polis's dedication to this issue has helped advance meaningful policy in support of geothermal energy and WGA's advocacy work in this area, and only continues to pick up steam. Good, there we go. See, getting things started early, so I just want to make sure you all were ready for that one. So given the carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration faces many similar policy challenges as geothermal energy, can also be utilized to provide low carbon energy and is particularly well suited to Western states, it is no surprise that Governor Polis has been such an enthusiastic supporter of the Decarbonization of the West initiative, as well as highlighted by his participation here and hosting us here today. So with that, it is my great honor to welcome our host and 43rd Governor of the great state of Colorado, the Honorable Jared Polis.
Thanks, Jack. It's great to welcome you all to the great state of Colorado today, or South Wyoming, as some of us call us. We're thrilled to welcome you for the third workshop in Governor Gordon's Decarbonizing the West initiative, which I'm very excited about and really allows WGA to continue to the momentum, the very strong momentum around all things energy, and continuing with enormous opportunities for not just Wyoming and Colorado, but across the entire West. Thank you for those of us who are joining. I think others are tuned into the live stream. Thank you for joining us virtually. Thank you to the panelists who we'll be hearing from today and tomorrow. Over the next 2 days, leaders, thought leaders, companies from across the West are going to discuss strategies for scaling up direct air capture, building out carbon transport infrastructure, establishing storage solutions that are needed to achieve gigaton scale carbon removal. And we'll look at how carbon removal technology can be integrated into existing energy systems and how it can be used to decarbonize even the heaviest industries in a very cost-effective manner, in a very efficient manner. Here in Colorado, we're making bold progress towards achieving our renewable energy goals, and we know that carbon management will be an important tool for our state. Western states are uniquely positioned to support the development of direct air capture, abundant renewable energy resources, favorable geology for storage, supportive policies and leadership, really make it possible for the West to be to lead the nation and even the world in carbon removal. Last summer, Governor Gordon and I signed an MOU between Wyoming and Colorado to work together to promote direct air capture and carbon removal policies, incentives, and development, really so our two states can benefit and harness from this fast-growing economic sector. Here in Colorado, we've made significant advances in carbon removal policy. We're a proud home of Global Thermostat, the second largest operating direct air capture facility in the world, with bold plans to scale their work to reduce carbon emissions even more and offer alternatives for companies looking to lower their carbon footprints, even some companies that have net negative goals. I was proud to sign legislation that included reforms of what was previously called the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission. Now it's called the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, because we, of course, continue to do their work regulating oil and gas, but they have also now expanded to oversee similar in-the-ground work around hydrogen, geothermal, carbon capture, including the safe and effective regulation of carbon capture facilities, pipelines, deep wells, sequestration. So the Energy and Carbon Management Commission is really going to be ground central for not only continuing the work in the legacy energy side, but moving forward with all things energy and carbon. And building off of the Carbon Capture, Colorado Carbon Capture Utilization and Storage Task Force, which we created, our state is fostering a strong network of carbon management stakeholders that includes representatives from across industry, government, academia, labor, nonprofits, that included the creation of the Carbon Direct Removal Program and Roadmap run by our Colorado Energy Office. Quinn Antis is here with us today. He's spearheading our carbon sequestration work. Our energy future is exciting and is an exciting one for America across the West. And gatherings like this are a key part of really imagining and bringing about that exciting future that will benefit our economies, our air quality, and the planet to create the world we want to see now and for generations to come. As you know, two of Colorado's biggest industries are climate-dependent industries, our world-class ski industry and farming and ranching. And these two climate-dependent industries are facing enormous change, and we need to do what we can to reduce carbon emissions and sequester to make sure that these two sectors will be an important part of Colorado's future as well. I look forward to the conversations that are going to occur here. You're truly at an important place, an important time to chart a better course for the West and for the world. Now it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague from our neighboring state of Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon, the chair of the Western Governors Association. He's going to speak a little bit about his initiative, and we're thrilled to welcome him to Colorado again. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jared. It's always nice to be in Colorado, and it's always nice to see Colorado when they come to Wyoming, which they do a lot. But it's wonderful to have you host this workshop, and I remember very well in Boulder last summer when we signed our direct air capture agreement. And I'm excited that we have made a lot of progress in many ways. This week's workshop is going to highlight many of those issues about direct air capture and carbon removal technologies, carbon transport and frameworks for long-range term storage, all critical elements to achieving large-scale carbon removal. And Jared talked a little bit about the region. I just want to wax a bit about what that means. You look at the historic cooperation that you've had between Colorado and Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, New Mexico, Utah. All of these states hold a crucible of a tremendous amount of energy. We are in a powerhouse region. Western Governors has a long history of tackling complicated issues and addressing them in thoughtful, bipartisan, and I would also say honest ways. WGA initiatives set the foundation for meaningful and lasting policy development and advocacy, and how remarkable that is at this time in our country. You know, there are amazing opportunities that are afoot at this point, and it's so exciting to learn about all of the opportunities we can see. I really want to start, Governor, with your Heat Beneath Our Feet initiative and how exciting that was and the framework that you helped build. To understand that this is not just massive geothermal features, it's also things that we can do with old oil and gas wells. It's things that we can do that just do a better job of making sure that our houses can be heated and our lights can come on, and really thinking about opportunities in that framework. Thank you for that initiative. I think that follows a number of other Western governors' initiatives that have also been groundbreaking. By identifying geothermal, we have also identified another source of energy that is good for low carbon energy. And I think it brings us a step closer to decarbonizing. Throughout this initiative, my fellow Western governors have hosted workshops, you've heard about them, exploring issues and themes relevant to decarbonization opportunities across the states. I hosted the first workshop in Gillette, which explored carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies. It was exciting to have Brad Crabtree of the Department of Energy there to also talk about that. Conversations there focused on regulatory and technical opportunities for CCUS and culminated with a tour of Wyoming's own integrated test center to see CCUS in action. There are two pilot projects there, one membrane that uses very little water and the other one which is an amine-based carbon capture technology. Both of those are coming online now. I also had the opportunity to attend a second workshop in December, hosted by Governor Little in Boise, Idaho. And here, as you heard, was a discussion was on forestry and agriculture, natural sequestration, and opportunities there. This is particularly important to me. I'm a rancher by background, and I remember back in the mid-2010s being able to do one of the first processes where we were able to sell carbon credits for carbon that we had sequestered from agricultural and grazing practices. This is something that is a new form of revenue for ranchers, and it's something that ranchers already do, and I'm very excited that the work that was brought forth there and how important that is to decarbonizing the West. When you look at the agricultural sector across this region, there are enormous opportunities there for taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and putting it to plants. Governor Tina Kotek will be hosting the final workshop, as you heard, in Portland, and we encourage you to stay engaged to the remaining workshop and the forthcoming webinar series to continue sharing your expertise as WGA begins to develop a report. And I really want to thank Abby for her work in getting that organized. WGA will publish a report detailing the initiatives, findings, and recommendations, which will be released this summer. Thank you for all of those who are joining us today in person, as well as those who are tuned in to us on live stream. I also want to thank every one of the speakers. I have at each one of these workshops just found a fascinating well of knowledge that has been so important to this conversation. They will share their insights and experiences and engage in bipartisan discussions. And again, one of the things I think is most important about what WGA brings to these conversations is a sense of practicality, of doability, and of honesty as we talk about these. Not grandiose statements, not aspirational comments that can't be reached, but really policy-rich initiatives that talk about what we can do to accomplish the tasks that we've set out before us. And in that, I'd like to thank the initiative sponsors, Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association, Net Power, J.P. Morgan Chase, the Walton Family Foundation, Google Energy, Basin Electric Power Cooperative, and Idaho National Nuclear Laboratory, who stole our head of the energy, our energy commission, Glenn Morell, and it's great to have you here, Glenn. Thanks so much. And we did not talk about nuclear, which is also a piece of the energy future. Jack, I look forward to our discussions, and I'll turn it back to you, and thanks very much. And again, thank you, Governor Polis.
I'll invite our first panel up. Yeah, don't be afraid, on this one. All right, thanks, Abby. So I have the pleasure to kick off our first panel today. So despite the recent technology advancements and direct air capture industry is still in its infancy. Developing large-scale DAC facilities capable of removing gigatons of CO2 requires technology investment, supportive markets, and will require work from both governments and the private sector. Our first panel will explore such strategies to accelerate the scale-up of direct air capture technology and opportunities to advance the industry. It is my pleasure to introduce Eli Kane, Program Manager of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, to moderate our first session. Eli?
Thank you, Jack. You'll hear more from me in a minute, but I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves first. This is the first roundtable, Commercialization Pathways for Direct Air Capture, very close to the work I do at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. With that, I'm going to pass it over to our first panelist for an introduction. Anil? Sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. First time I'm here with two governors in the same room. I've been in a spot with the governor of California, but the first time I'm seeing two of the governors. Thank you for inviting me here. Sort of the background. Me and then I presume several people in the room know about the California Resources Board. We started sort of the climate issue-based sort of the leadership in California, and we want to spread that message across the rest of the jurisdictions in the U.S. as well as the world. My background, I spent 13 plus years in the low carbon fuel standard, and I just took upon this promotional opportunity to look at two specific bills in California legislature. One is SB 905, which is basically carbon capture and sequestration and carbon dioxide removal. And the second one is AB 1757, which is the nature-based strategies. Governor Gordon from Wyoming was talking about being a rancher, and yes, California, we recognize it because there's a lot of nature-based strategies that can work in California. So we're definitely committed to it. This team was essentially set up to basically move forward with SB 905 and AB 1757. I'm the first hire. I have two managers that report to me, and we're still staffing up. So anybody here, no students in the academic community, feel free to reach out to me. I'll try to keep this simple and not try to take up time. There's enough of the discussion around the panelists. So I want to sort of highlight California's perspective on climate and other impacts. So the 2022 scoping plan, AB 32 is the Assembly Bill 32, which essentially sets how California will decarbonize. In the early parts, the first couple of iterations were essentially looking for 2020 and 2030 targets, but the 2022 scoping plan essentially is focusing on 100% sort of the decarbonization of California's economy. So by 2045, California should be carbon neutral. And that's when we talk about, let me go to the next slide. So this is where we have a multitude of assembly bills and other initiatives in California that is looking to get to the carbon neutrality, but using different initiatives and policies. AB 1279 is the one that is looking for carbon neutrality by 2045. And this is the important part in here is we have looked carefully at how to decarbonize California's economy. And the outcome of that in SB 905 and the AB 1757 is the traditional approaches to emission reductions will not get us to carbon neutrality, which is why we're looking for these active carbon removal as the additional strategies to get to carbon neutrality. So CARB has existing, CARB is California Resources Board, so apologize if I throw out that acronym. CCS protocol for permanence certification allows crediting for the CCS and DAC projects in the LCFS. Later on in the panel, there'll be questions about incentives, and definitely the low carbon fuel standard, one of the successful programs in California, is providing crediting for a lot of these carbon capture projects. Need to start today to deploy scale in the, to basically get to the point in a decade. These projects don't happen next day or next year, so that's why we want to get started today. Science-based role of carbon dioxide removal. Just as I said a minute ago, CDR can also help address legacy emissions in atmosphere. This is mainly to deal with, there are some categories of emissions that are hard or absolutely possibly no limited, no GHG abatement option. So we can't get to carbon neutrality unless we explore active removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. CCS technology has been demonstrated and in use across US and Europe. It's a proven technology to support low and zero carbon energy supplies. And carbon dioxide removal called for by hundreds of scientists in addition to reducing emissions, and we need both. Policy base, again, I understand that we're not actually investing money as project developers, but California is providing the signal to the community to look for how can we decarbonize and what can California do to be at least a leader in this space as well. Governor Newsom has called for 20 million metric tons by 2030 and 100 million metric tons by 2045. As I said, when I started, the 2022 scoping plan showed the need for CCS and carbon dioxide removal to achieve AB 1279 targets. The Inflation Reduction Act provides significant ongoing federal incentives, and California is looking to provide stacking of LCFS and other credits in California to provide the additional financial incentives. The federal proposed power plant rule includes CCS and nature-based solutions, which is the other part of the carbon dioxide removal, is also an integral part of California's march towards decarbonization. I think that's it. I didn't want to put too many slides in there. I didn't want to take up too much of them. Anyway, one of the primary reasons, everything came to me just last week, middle part of last week. If you understand government bureaucracy, you have to go through approval for traveling out of state. I had to do it. My primary reason was to, for a long time, 13 years in the low carbon fuel standard space, I know a lot of the stakeholders. When I looked at the attendee list, I actually had very little knowledge of anybody. So I wanted to really come here and talk to people about saying, hey, I manage the team that looks at CCS and nature-based strategies in California. The California Resources Board is at the forefront of California's decarbonization. So you know me by face. Feel free to reach out to me as we have questions. I will definitely inform you about progress in California, the initiatives, the discussions, as we move towards regulatory initiatives towards, we already have the CCS protocol, but we're looking for DAC protocols and some of the others in place as well as for nature-based strategies. So feel free to reach out to me, and thank you again for inviting me. I'll leave it here for now, but we'll have more time on this questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to let Max introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. I don't have slides, so you can just stare at me instead. I'm Max. I lead commercialization at Heirloom. We are a direct air capture technology company and project developer based out of the Bay Area. So you have a couple of California folks here, although I did grow up in Boulder, so nice to be home to talk about this. Yeah, it's the first time I'm here for work. It's a little weird. So we are doing exactly what Anil just described. We have, of course, this enormous challenge ahead of us in climate change to massively decarbonize our entire economy. We also have to remove an enormous amount of CO2 in order to achieve any of our climate targets. And so we're building a direct air capture technology that helps with exactly that. We capture CO2 directly from the air, we produce a pure stream of CO2, and then we store that safely, very, very deep underground. The way our technology works is quite simple. We use one of the most abundant commodities on Earth, limestone. It also happens to be the largest store of CO2. It's calcium carbonate, calcium and CO2. And the process is simple. We take this limestone, we heat it up to a very high temperature, which liberates the CO2 molecule, which we capture and put underground. That then produces a highly reactive mineral, calcium oxide. We spread that thinly on trays, we stack those trays on top of each other, and we expose them to the air. And that calcium oxide acts like a sponge to repeatedly take up CO2 as wind passes over it. We repeat this process over and over again. That calcium oxide becomes calcium carbonate or limestone again. We heat it up, we take that CO2, put it underground, and once again, put that powder back on the trays. We just launched, in addition to the global thermostat site here, we just launched the first commercial direct air capture facility in the United States. We are capturing CO2 and permanently storing that in concrete, generating credits, CDR credits that we then sell to our customers to support financing of our projects. Excited to talk about all sorts of different things today, policy and capital and offtake and building a huge market for carbon removal, but great to be here and looking forward to it.
Amazing. Thank you both. I'm just going to quickly walk through the work I do at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and explain how it ties into today's panel. So at NREL, I manage a $115 million CDR funding program broken up between 4 different opportunities. We have the Direct Air Capture EPIC Prize, Direct Air Capture Pre-Commercial Technology Prize, both of which we've been running for about a year, the CDR Purchase Pilot Prize, which we launched this past fall, and then coming in FY24, we have the DAC Pilot Prize, which I can talk a little bit more about. And these programs are really designed to be mutually complementary funding opportunities covering almost every TRL, starting with the DAC Pre-Commercial Technology Prize, working its way up to the CDR Purchase Pilot Prize, really designed to touch every facet of the CDR ecosystem. And I'm going to start with the DAC Pre-Commercial Technology Prize and really talk through the logic behind this one. And the first part is, as you know, and the reason we're here, this industry is still very new. In fact, the vast majority of suppliers in the industry have yet to sell 1,000 tons. And we need lower cost options out there. Only 4% of CDR purchasers are willing to spend between $750 and $1,000 per ton. We've seen great improvements in reducing the cost of DAC, but we need to go even further. So clearly there's a need to support low-cost, novel DAC solutions, and that's what our program does. Funded by the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management and run in collaboration with the National Energy Technology Laboratory, we're giving money to novel DAC pathways that have a potential to go under $100 per ton at scale. We've already given money to these 7 teams across the country, some of which you may know, some of which you may not, but they are working through our program, gaining money as they validate their technology. However, you also know it's really hard to start a business in the United States. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, nearly 50% of businesses close within their first 5 years, which is why we've also launched the Direct Air Capture EPIC Prize, which gives money directly to incubators and accelerators that develop programming for direct air capture startups. We have $3.7 million, and we've given 13 awards so far, with more coming later this year. Again, spread across the country, these teams have developed programming specifically to help direct air capture startups succeed. Now, the main program I'm running at the moment is the CDR Purchase Pilot Prize, which is the first time ever that the US federal government is buying CDR credits directly from the private sector. This is an unprecedented initiative to have the US federal government be a customer of CDR credits. We're open to 4 pathways: DAC, bikers, ERW, and planned and managed carbon sinks. We have $35 million in awards available. And there are kind of 3 main objectives for this program. As you can imagine with the title, the first is to actually pilot what a purchase program looks like. The next is market validation and development, and the last one will be MMRV. Now, as we all know, if we want to get to gigaton scale of CDR eventually, we need to start implementing smaller scale projects today. The same is true for funding programs. If we want to get to large scale government purchasing, we need to start on a smaller scale, and that's what my program does with $35 million. Because we need to learn things like how to design purchase agreements for the government. If you talk to any of the project developers out there, everybody wants more money and more time. But the reality is both those are finite resources, so we need to understand the best way to develop the market while also catalyzing the market. Now, the next objective is market signaling and market validation development. We want to signal to the market that high-quality CDR providers exist today across all technological pathways. And we want to develop that market, not only by purchasing $30 million worth of credits, but also by working with private buyers. In fact, one of the evaluation criteria for our program is the ability for competitors to gain additional external buyers by leveraging DOE's money. And the last one is MMRV, a topic we'll talk a little bit more about today, but we really want to help establish clear, consistent evaluation criteria for looking at MMRV providers. I know this audience especially will be interested in the DAC Pilot Prize. Unfortunately, I can't say too much about it. We're launching it later this year. What I can say is it's going to be $65 million designed for first-of-a-kind DAC pilot facilities in the United States. If you guys have questions, comments, feedback about these programs, please come to me. Please let me know. I'd love to talk to you. And I'm also very excited to moderate the panel with the 2 speakers you heard from before. With that, I'm going to get to the first questions. Do these mics work?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? As I alluded to in my comments, the DAC industry is still relatively nascent. So I would love to get both of your perspectives on the current state of the technology. And let me start by just saying, where do you think the DAC industry is currently? I'm going to leave it broad intentionally.
Go ahead. You probably better.
Yeah, so I think you are right. The direct air capture industry is at a relatively nascent stage, but we are very much at a transition point from pure lab scale R&D to project development, as demonstrated by a number of different projects that have been recently deployed in the US and around the world. I think the transition we are making is one from investment into pure technology development into large-scale infrastructure, figuring out how we set up the scaffolding that enables us to grow from hundreds of tons or thousands of tons to tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of tons that we need over the next decade plus. I think there are a bunch of different areas that need support here, and really I'll touch on a couple of these that I think are especially important as we start to move into this world of project development. There's 3 things that we feel pretty strongly. The first is we need to develop really rigorous methods for transport and storage of CO2. There's no direct air capture without storage. We need to put CO2 somewhere permanently. It has to be managed safely. We have to do it with broad community support, and we have to figure out how we do that as an industry. We also need to figure out how to deploy a huge amount of renewable energy, of course, to decarbonize our grid, but direct air capture requires energy necessarily, and so we have to figure out how to power that with low carbon electricity sources. And then we have to figure out how we do this. I mentioned this before, but we have to do this with broad community support. We have to figure out how we grow an enormous following and support for direct air capture in order to get to the scale that we need to. So I think we're at this transition point, a very interesting transition point that really has a huge amount of opportunity, but lots of barriers ahead of us that we need to start resolving today in order to figure out how we get to scale as quickly as we need to.
Let me add a couple of my perspectives. What Max essentially called out is a barrier, and the low carbon fuel standard is one of the vehicles in the California system that provides intense incentives to project developers. In most of the other situations in the program, you have to actually tie that to a low carbon fuel being delivered to California. But in the case of DAC, you are not required to actually deliver any fuel to California. So that is one of the policy calls that senior management made at CARB to basically provide the additional incentives. In the initial, about 4 or 5 years ago, the low carbon fuel standard value was almost $220 a ton of carbon. And we currently permit stacking of these additional incentives. So we're not limiting it to just the low carbon fuel standard credits. You're eligible to generate DOE incentives, DOE grants, the IRA credits, whatever. But one of the other things that came up from that initial round, and we're going through the rulemaking process to adopt new set of rules around the DAC, which is one of the elements of the updates to the low carbon fuel standard, is to look at this renewable electricity. The way we had it previously in the rule was to have it behind the meter. So you actually had to have some of the low carbon electricity right next to that DAC project, which is almost impossible depending on the site or where that physical site would be located. So the new rule that's being proposed, it's not yet approved, but it is on the books for consideration by the board in March, is to potentially provide that flexibility around regional matching of RECs or equivalent instruments for renewable electricity. So that's one of the provisions that's being looked at. So the state is really at the forefront of trying to incentivize DAC. We understand that it's a chicken and egg problem where people say, hey, we want the technology, but then where are the investments coming in? So if you're able to get these projects, go up to some of the, you hear about the JP Morgans and some of the other folks here, you can tell them that if you're able to sequester this amount of carbon, this is the value you would deliver from the California program. So that's an additional add-on to that project. So essentially, we're trying to innovate our program to get to a point where we firmly believe, senior management firmly believes, the governor firmly believes in this technologies to get to decarbonization, and we're trying to do our best. The part where I discussed about the renewable electricity match, that was based upon stakeholder interactions. We had several stakeholders come to us and make the case for saying, if you have this behind the meter, these projects will not move forward. So we're hoping that once it's in the books, we will have more interest. We can't really create technology from a government agency perspective, but we can foster innovation and technology and try to get from sort of lab and bench scale to commercial. So let me leave it at that and let's go on.
Yeah, no, amazing. A lot to unpack there. And maybe let me start by saying, you mentioned kind of this inflection point for the DAC industry as we transition from lab scale to commercial scale. Can you help me unpack some of the challenges the DAC industry faces in that transition?
Yes, absolutely. So a few that I would point out here. So the entire goal of lab and bench and pilot scale is to figure out how we demonstrate that the technology works, that it is doing what we expect it to do, and that we can go raise both private and public funding to go continue to grow. I think there's three categories of things that I would point to, and I've just mentioned two of them. The first is storage. Again, Classics program is a federal program that allows the safe permitting of underground storage of CO2. We need to figure out how to accelerate permitting of Class 6 storage. We need to figure out how to encourage more states to take on primacy to permit their own wells, obviously something that Wyoming has done and is hugely impactful, as demonstrated by their ability to permit wells more quickly than any state in the United States. And that is really the best way for us to store CO2. It's clearly permanent. There's very low risk of leakage. It is the highest quality form of CDR, is to take CO2 from the air and put it underground. So that's the first piece. Second piece is renewable energy. What Anil was just talking about, sort of flexibility around how we think about renewable energy, whether it's a combination of behind the meter, virtual power purchase agreements, regional matching of renewable energy credits, a huge unlock for the industry as well. The other piece I would point to, which is probably the most important transition as we go from pilot and lab to commercial scale, is the commercial word there, which is we have to build an industry around this. We have to figure out how we build a huge market for carbon removal. If we want to get to billions of tons of CO2 removed, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in market size. That is huge, and it's today very, very small. And so finding ways that we can develop markets that provide investors with the assurances that they need to help us develop projects, invest in projects, unlock non-dilutive capital in the form of debt and project finance, give us stable long-term revenue streams that are predictable, that we can then pump capital into these projects and actually start developing them. That's a big, big missing piece right now. It's at a very nascent stage. All of the actors, except for CARB, for the most part, and I suppose it's very, very soon here, the DOE, are voluntary. And so figuring out how we continue to develop those markets, continue to develop compliance markets and government procurement programs, find ways that we give really, really predictable cash flows to projects to encourage investors, encourage private capital to come into the industry and start to build these things at meaningful scale. When we think about a 1 million ton per year facility, that's billions of dollars of capital that we need to put to work, and we have to have this sort of marriage of private and public worlds in order to make that happen.
Let me add a couple things here. I will give an example of the CCS space, and it probably is translatable to the DAC space. This was a few years ago that Red Trail Energy came to us, and I can discuss that because it's in the public domain, that they wanted to tie CCS to a corn ethanol plant to get to the carbon reductions. And one of the instruments that's available in the rule in California is what we call, I'm trying to think about the exact word. It basically is providing certification in California of a project that is not in place yet. So technically, Red Trail Energy came to us and said, based upon our design, okay, it's a design-based pathway application. We are capable of reducing this by about half of the carbon footprint of the ethanol plant. So if your ethanol plant has a carbon footprint of 70, we will get it down to 35. What California did is to put that out into the public as a stamp of approval from California. I've had a lot of requests come in, but this was one of the initiatives we took to basically get to the fact that we're telling the industry that California is open to the CCS space, and we're willing to take our chance on commercializing. So this was an opportunity and a messaging to the community that yes, if you come with the project with these certain design specifications, you will be able to generate 35 units of credit for, I don't want to say 35 units of credit, but so many tons of credit that the project was claiming to be. And right now we have several applications that are in the California review that will hopefully go, for certification in the next 2 or 3 years. So there's a lot of them that's ongoing, but really what I wanted to talk about the messaging when you're going from lab scale or pilot to commercial is sort of that messaging, because when you're looking for investors, the primary reason the stakeholder came to us was investments. They wanted California to give them that stamp of approval. So the first thing was sort of that. The second thing I wanted to bring up is regulatory certainty. If you look at the low carbon fuel standard, the reason I bring that up was that was my life before I came into this carbon management space. There was a lot of uncertainty in the initial years because there were lawsuits that challenged the program and so on, but we were successful. So this is why I want to call up that California, when we have a CCS protocol, I'm seriously looking at a DAC protocol down the road when I have my team in place. We're looking at regulatory certainty for the industry, saying that if California is going to approve this project, you know that with certainty, these are the requirements that the project developer has to fulfill and meet. So that's another part that I wanted to bring up is that's a challenge, and I welcome everybody here to come to us with thoughts around how to frame some of those protocols for DAC and new emerging technologies. And I don't want to close this by just saying DAC and CCS. SB 905 essentially is open to other technologies that look at the carbon dioxide removal.
Yeah, amazing. And I know we have an entire roundtable dedicated to this later, but Heirloom did just open up a commercial facility in California, and I have Max cornered. So I want to talk about community engagement. How do you guys approach community engagement? What are the key pillars? What were your lessons learned from going through that development? I'm going to kick it to you.
Yeah, it's a great question, and a very, very important one. It's one that, as we think about scaling a new industry, we have the opportunity and the obligation to get right. We are building a new asset class. These are infrastructure assets. They're large, they're industrial, and they are in the places that people live. So I'll answer this in sort of two ways, actually. We just opened our first facility in Tracy, California, in Central Valley, and we are planning a facility in Southwest Louisiana as part of the Direct Air Capture Hub program from the Department of Energy. We've spent an enormous amount of time on community engagement, starting from the very, very beginnings of site selection, meeting with policymakers and local community groups and environmental justice groups to understand hesitancies, concerns, to understand who is excited or not so excited about direct air capture, figuring out ways that we can help people understand what we are doing, how we are different from potentially from some of the past industry that has existed in these places. And our goal is to figure out how we develop really robust and long-term partnerships with communities, because these are assets that last, in our case, 25 years. And so it's not something that we're just putting there for a couple of years and then it disappears. It's something that will be in these places physically for a very, very long time. So, for us, key learnings were really varied depending on whether you're in California or Louisiana, which is not surprising. People are different and have different needs in different places. And so, one of the things we found in California was there's a lot of concern around local pollution from heavy industry and understanding what the impacts of our facility would be. And so one of the things that we've committed to do is we use powdered mineral, which can cause particulate emissions. So we've committed to sensorizing our equipment. We measure particulate emissions everywhere within the bounds of our facility and outside of our facility, and we report on those publicly to the community. We have a community engagement council that allows us to appoint different members of the community to give us regular feedback about the facility, about how we are operating. We give regular tours to the community to help them understand how the technology works. And we're committed to continuing to do that and having an ongoing dialogue throughout the life cycle of our facilities. Similar in Louisiana, we've done the same thing, though that is much earlier stage and we've not yet started construction, but still engaged with 100 plus community groups to understand the differences in opinions there versus a place like Central California. And so it's been a really eye-opening experience for us. I think it will foster trust in the communities that we hope to deploy, and especially as we think about not just one facility, but 10 and 100 and 1,000 throughout the United States. We have to figure out how to get this right and be responsive to the communities that we're in.
I'll just say just a couple words here. One of my, at least directions for me, is to make sure that the community engagement is a critical part of everything you do in the CDR space. There's a lot of hesitancy among the community about this new technology, and the first rule of action is to make sure everybody is informed about the technology. A lot of times, people are hesitant because they don't know much about this new emerging technology. So one of the challenges for my team is to make sure when we go out on these public engagement opportunities is to educate people about the benefits and any of the other issues that are perceived to be concerns. So we want to make sure that people are educated, because a lot of the hesitancy and the pushback is based upon lack or limited knowledge in this space. You hear something about one person saying and it becomes a common knowledge across a lot of teams, and that is what we want to dispel. We want to talk about why these technologies are critical, and we definitely will do a really good job of making sure that the community is, we're very transparent about the whole process. And another concern that has always come up at the top of these CDR discussions is financial responsibility, which is also, we already have that in the CCS space, and we'll review that carefully when you look at DAC or some of the other CDR projects. So it definitely is part of the process in California's move towards CDR technologies.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because I think the primary onus likely does lie with our project developers to do this, but there is a role for governments and non-government agencies and research agencies to kind of prime the waters and make sure that people do know what's happening. And that kind of gets to the heart of the next question, which is you look at this room and you see governments, product developers, technology developers, research organizations, advocacy organizations, and probably more. How do you think about collaboration between those two as you both develop your projects and you develop your programming?
Yeah, so I'll break that down into sort of each of those different categories you just mentioned. I think on the industry side, there are sort of two categories of things I think about. One is, industry represents the bulk of emissions globally, and a huge amount of the onus on helping to slow climate change sits with private industry and figuring out how, again, both to decarbonize but also remove residual or especially hard to abate emissions. And so industry is an essential partner in terms of CDR offtake, buying credits from companies and facilities like ours in order to help finance them. The other piece is, we are building large infrastructure assets. We need partners that can enable energy and CO2 transport and land and some of the other sort of essential infrastructure elements that are required for our facilities. And so we are excited about and on an ongoing basis partnering with other members in industry that have especially project development capabilities and sort of some of the ancillary components of our process that we are not building. We are a direct air capture company. We're not a CO2 transport and storage company. We're not an energy company. And so we need that collaboration to facilitate that. On the government side, you mentioned government procurement. You mentioned compliance markets are absolutely essential. Just probably the most important thing for us to grow this market is to figure out how we get how we continue to grow regulatory support for credit offtake. Supply side incentives, I think 45Q is a great example, but CapEx incentives to help drive down the cost early on when we are relatively early and expensive. And then the other one I would point to is actually around community engagement. As part of the Direct Air Capture Hub program, we've been working very closely with the Department of Energy and actually Arizona State University on our community engagement programs. We've been working with local organizations and universities as well, and it's been a tremendous help for us to have a local perspective, to have third-party perspectives, independent views, to be able to have not just a project developer sitting up in front of a town hall talking about what we're doing, but instead third-party validation or third-party translation of some of the concerns of the community. And I think there's a huge role to play there. And then the final one I'd point to is around MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification, and setting standards that can be applied industry-wide that ensure that the CDR, the carbon dioxide removal that we are doing, is additional and permanent and high quality, and that everybody understands what that means and that that's transparent and standardized.
Again, just a quick few words. There's Cap and Trade and the LCFS program, which are market-based programs, and they have worked very well with respect to bringing the project developers and the compliance required parties together. So even before the agency really had to step in, they talk to each other regularly just to make sure they meet the compliance requirements. So that is a functioning market. With respect to any of the rulemaking that CARB does, it goes to the public process, maybe a year or two before these rules come into place. So there is the public engagement with everybody that is interested in not just the project developers or the credit off-takers. This is definitely the local communities and everybody who's impacted. As a rule, for projects that are cited in California, they still have to go through the local regulatory requirements anyway. So if they're not compliant, then they will not be able to participate in the program. So we have that overarching protection to look at any concerns if the local community has any. So I think there are places, which is what I'm really looking at when I start growing the team, is to have some sort of a similar mechanism, but there'll be a lot of intersection within other programs within the agency, especially from a crediting perspective in terms of value. Because the carbon management branch is essentially looking at setting up protocols for permanence and quantification, but there are other programs in California that will actually monetize that carbon.
I actually want to raise one final one, which is a hugely important one, which is workforce development. We, again, are a new industry creating a new sort of class of jobs, and we need a lot of people to enter this industry and figure out how we build and operate and maintain these facilities. And so I think there's a huge opportunity both with government as well as with research institutions to figure out how we develop workforce programs and continue to develop the talent that we need in order to grow what will eventually be an industry the size of oil and gas. And so I think it's a huge opportunity for collaboration as well.
Max, since you brought that up, 13 positions in my team unfilled. That is phase one.
Amazing. I'm going to do one more question before we pass it over to the audience. I have a colleague who likes to say CDR is the service, MMRV is the product. How do you guys think about MMRV for both the DAC industry and then for the broader CDR space?
We say that internally as well. The thing that we hand off to our customers is not a physical CO2. It is a certificate that says we did something, and they are, they have to take they don't have to take our word for it because of MRV. So MRV is really the cornerstone behind all of CDR. It is, again, monitoring, reporting, and verification. This external third-party independent validation that we have done what we have said we have done, and that the climate benefit associated with that is real and quantified. And so it's one of the major benefits of direct air capture is, when we capture CO2 from the air, that CO2 goes into a pipeline and then underground. As it moves into that pipeline, we have flow meters that can measure to a very, very high degree of certainty exactly how much CO2 has come out of the air. And so we can be very confident that we are doing what we say we are doing, assuming we have this sort of arm's length relationship with an organization that is performing this MRV. And so, we view that as absolutely essential. We are going so far as to work with the third-party MRV organization that installs their own sensors on our equipment, that measures CO2 flows, that measures our energy use, that can validate that we are saying the thing that they see as well, and again, give confidence to our buyers, to the public, to investors that this is the real thing that we are doing, and help value it.
Hey, Max, thanks. Just a quick word before Eli goes out to the audience. The cap and trade program, which is the primary one for the decarbonization in California related to climate change, there's been the mandatory reporting verification requirements for almost a decade now. It was mainly brought on by the industry saying that we needed certainty that these instruments actually exist. The LCFS program, on the other hand, has had it for about 3 years, again brought on by the industry requirements for certainty. The CCS projects currently under review by staff are going through that monitoring, reporting and verification requirements, because once they are in place and permitted, they would have to go through that process on an annual basis. So we already have the instruments and the processes in place to ensure that the market was actually requiring it, and we have implemented them in place. So the first one for the cap and trade program took a little bit of time after it matured. Implementing that into the low carbon fuel standard was a much shorter timeline, and I think when we go into the CDR space, it'll probably be informed by the two major programs that we have a lot of experience with, third-party verification. And again, let me say that it's third-party verification and not CARB staff.
Okay, maybe let's pass it over to the audience.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be part of this conversation today. So I'm Sangeet Nepal from Carbon Capture Coalition. My question for the panelists here is regarding the MRV protocols. So we've been seeing a lot of uptake agreements from the private sector, which obviously giving a lot of market signals for DAC developers. And there are also many different methodology and accounting framework for accounting the DAC credits. So one of those is obviously low carbon fuel standards protocol, where it relies on the California grid model, and similarly the DOE's recent CDR purchase pilot price. It sort of like directs towards the FECM best practices for LCA. There are also some other frameworks coming up. Climework has published one of the methodology with Heirloom. Climework has published one of the framework with DNB on the same. So there are a lot of different methodology and frameworks coming up. So my question for the panelists is it a high time that we sort of like have a consensus and build on one universally accepted, at least in the US, protocol or methodology, so that we can have this apple-to-apple comparison for any DAC credits in the country and sort of define it as a commodity to build a market?
Let me just say, I think when, at least on the low carbon fuel standard, when we set up the standards for verification, the expectation was many of the other states would embrace them so we could have a harmonized standard across the US. It's been a little bit of a challenge to get, except we have Oregon and Washington on board now. So I think if some of the other states, there's been discussions around some of the other Western states here, as well as in the Midwestern states that have looked at similar policies. So once they get their traction, then we can think about more of a harmonized approach. The cap and trade program in California has exchanges with Quebec on its program. So hopefully if more and more jurisdictions begin to embrace this, then we could have some of a sort of a harmonized value or calculation and quantification of credits onto the same metric. It just, it just takes a little bit of time. And then also the investors as well as the end users as to which entity they trust with respect to the credits.
Yeah, I mean, I have a similar answer. I think it would be amazing to have a harmonized standard and methodology. The EU is about to come out with their own. I think there's a bunch of people in this room that might be able to think about how we might harmonize MRV for direct air capture. So potentially a very good topic of conversation. As a developer, our perspective is we're going to choose the sort of the most rigorous of those, with the assumption that that's sort of where the world will go, and we want to make sure that our initial facilities operate under the most rigorous standards, so that we don't get left high and dry when that does change. But yeah, I mean, I think there is a huge opportunity to do that. It would give a lot more confidence to us as developers, to investors, to customers, to figure out how we standardize across the board. I think you probably have some thoughts about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think currently right now, we're not thinking as much as homogenizing the standards as quality control on the standards. So what we'll do is we'll kind of take top of funnel universe of MMRV providers out there, apply a consistent criteria against which we will select against, and then probably in the next year or so put out a list of MMRV providers we think are doing so in a really scientifically robust manner. That's kind of the extent to where we'll go. What that'll do is tell the industry, these players out there are doing this in a way that you can believe the results. And I think that type of market validation is really needed, because there are a lot of players out there who are doing it well, but there are also a lot of players out there who are new and still developing the science. So that's kind of where we see our role, is that validation side of the house.
Let me just put one last part in there. At least in our programs, we try to be as transparent as possible. So maybe that's an opportunity for other people getting into this space, not to just put out a number there saying, okay, this is the value of your crediting or the instrument. It basically call out how do you do the quantification and what is your protocol for these DAC projects in terms of credit generation or CO2 sequestration. So I think those are important factors to be very transparent in the process and not just put out an instrument that you can actually sell to the market.
And if you have a question for the panel, please raise your hand so one of WGA's staff can find you.
Hello, my name is Maury Wolfson. I'm here to pose some questions, not just to the members of the panel, but to people in the audience. And my question is, there's very rarely any discussion about the actual cost. And I've done some calculations, and I'm going to leave some information on your tables that of direct air capture. Essentially, 1 part per million weighs 8 billion tons. And I'll leave this information with you. You could check it on your Google. 8 billion tons for 1 part per million. Now, let's say that we achieve this $100 a ton, which is the universal goal by the year 2032, to get to $100 per ton. Now, let's just do the math. 8 billion tons times $100 per ton. That's $800 billion to move it from 422 parts per million by 1 part per million to 421. You could read thousands of articles about direct air capture, and one thing you'll find every time is that there will not be transparency about the actual cost of direct air capture. We've got real problems to solve, and direct air capture is a massive distraction. So I'm going to leave some information on your tables, and I'm happy to meet with anybody here to discuss this. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Paul Sherman. I'm the climate campaign manager with with Conservation Colorado. And I just had a sort of two-parted but related question. I really appreciated that you mentioned some of the potential impacts on local communities, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what some of those potential impacts are and also what's being done to sort of minimize those with commercialization. And secondly, similarly, what studies or mechanisms are in place to study the carbon accounting on direct air capture?
Yeah, so I can just share a couple more specifics. And interestingly, we went into our initial community engagement sessions feeling like, or assuming that we would be talking about a lot about the sort of perceived negative impacts of our projects. In reality, what we've learned is the concerns of these communities has a lot less to do with direct air capture and what we are doing, and a lot more to do with basic human needs, like limiting pollution in the area from existing industry, like ensuring that there are not too many trucks driving by, that trucks are not idling during construction, that they get access to food in food deserts, that they have workforce development programs that ensure that their children don't leave the community as soon as they need to go to school. And so a lot of what we're learning is less about mitigating the impacts of our projects, which of course we absolutely need to do. And we want to make sure that we are using as little water as possible and not putting additional strain on the electricity grid, and ensuring that our particulate emissions are negligible or non-existent. But we also are thinking a lot about how do we figure out how we can get, actually provide economic or programmatic benefits back to the community. And that means community benefit agreements in the places that we deploy, and really that's not always tied to direct air capture. In fact, it's usually not tied to direct air capture is what we are really learning. So yes, mitigating the negative impacts of our projects, but also figuring out how we deliver some of the positive benefit back to the community as well. Those are specific examples that we are hearing from the communities we are deploying in, and some of the areas that we're focused on investing into.
Let me add to what Max said. The other part is education, because some of that is perceived to be because they're not fully informed about the project, its benefits, and some maybe potentially near term they're concerned about, as Max said, about truck transport of either for construction or CO2 down the road. So these are all questions that come up. The other one that I have seen, at least in workshops, are the fiscal response, the financial responsibility. So that's another question that comes up, and we're ready to address that, because in the current CCS protocol, there are rules around what the EPA required for Class 6 wells anyway. So if we have to strengthen that, we'll look at that at point, but that is one of the other things that come up, mainly with respect to who's holding the bag at the end of the day if there were any catastrophic issues, whatever. So that's sort of the question. In there, we have two pieces in the CCR protocol anyway. One is for leakage. So if there is a loss and you basically are losing credits, the project developers are putting some credits into a buffer pool while the project is working. So that effectively the buffer will take care of any of the leakage due to any potentially mechanical failure or any other processes. And there are some other financial requirements for project developers to make sure that they will address any of the other requirements under the protocol. So when we are going into the DAC, we'll look at similar sort of piggyback of what we've done for the CCS protocol. But the community, that's one of the questions, in addition to whatever Max called out here.
And I'll just quickly add, and Max knows this very well, but DOE funding requires community benefit plans as part of your programmatic implementation. That's true for DAC hubs, and that's true for my program as well. So it's something we're taking very seriously. Also something we're trying to improve on all the time. So feedback is always welcomed when it comes to that, because we know we don't know everything.
Scott Weiser, the Denver Gazette. Has anybody done a calculation on how many of these direct air capture plants will have to be built worldwide in order to make any impact on global CO2 levels?
I mean, what I can say is, IPCC has suggested that in order for us to achieve 1.5 degrees, to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, it is likely that we will need to deploy somewhere between 5 and 10 billion tons of removals per year by 2050. That can be a combination of permanent removals. Direct air capture is one of those pathways. The number of facilities depends on how big those facilities are, but it's really in the realm of billions of tons per year. But yes, lots and lots of studies, hundreds of pages on this one.
Okay, please join me in thanking the panelists.
All right. Thank you, Eli and Max and Anil. We're going to take a quick break before Roundtable 2. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Roundtable 2, if everybody would take a seat. You guys good? Yeah, so good. Okay. All right. So, addressing the emissions of hard-to-abate sectors will be a critical step to meeting decarbonization goals. Heavy industries such as cement, steel, and chemical manufacturing account for around 30% of global emissions. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and direct air capture provides opportunities to decarbonize these industries at scale. Policy solutions, novel technologies, and industry partnerships can help facilitate the abatement of heavy industry emissions. Here to moderate our panel on hard-to-abate emissions is Senior Carbon Capture Policy Manager at the Clean Air Task Force, Angela Seligman.
Thank you, Abby. Okay, great. Oh, okay. Get nice and close here. Well, thank you so much, Abby. And I'm really excited to talk with all of you today about hard-to-abate industries and moderating this really great panel that we have today. I'm going to kick this off with a quick overview presentation on a report that Clean Air Task Force put out at the end of last year that focuses on these hard-to-abate sectors, but looks specifically at what happens to the criteria air pollutants when you install carbon capture and sequestration on a couple of these hard-to-abate sectors. So to start off, we'll dive into this report, and I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can to not take up this whole panel time. So it'll be a little bit of a whirlwind tour of what we looked at in this report. So this report was a desk analysis that modeled the potential impacts of installing carbon capture on 2 different sectors, so 4 facilities. We looked at using an amine-based scrubber system that was installed on 2 fluidized catalytic cracking units at 2 petrochemical refineries, and then 2 cement manufacturing plants. 2 of these are in California and 2 are in Texas, which are shown in the map on the screen here. Specifically, we looked at petroleum refining and cement production because, as Abby was just pointing out, these are among the top 5 categories of industrial greenhouse gas emissions. And we also looked at these because these can also be large emitters of conventional air pollutants, and this is specifically what we wanted to look at here. The other thing to note about the 4 facilities that we chose is that we were looking at high emitters in these sectors, and this is why we chose these 4 facilities. And one really important thing that I also want to point out here is that with this analysis, we were specifically looking at what we would need to do to these criteria air pollutants at the facility to be able to install reliably and effectively a carbon capture system using that amine solvent. And so we weren't looking at how much we could reduce these air pollutants, but what we would need to do to reliably install carbon capture on these facilities. So diving in first on we'll say the easiest one, we were installing carbon capture, and so goal number 1 is reducing those CO2 emissions at our facilities. We looked specifically at a capture rate of 90% at each facility, but really importantly, we also took into account the increase in emissions associated with the energy needed to actually operate that capture unit. So this ended up with a modeling exercise of looking at an 87% reduction in CO2 at each of these facilities. And in total, if carbon capture were installed on these 4 facilities, it would reduce CO2 emissions by over 5 million tons per year. So that's just looking at the start here, how much of the CO2 from this modeling exercise we would reduce. But then let's dive into what we would need to do in terms of our criteria air pollutant reductions to be able to reliably operate this capture equipment. So starting with particulate matter reduction, we would need to reduce the particulate matter at each of these facilities by greater than 90%, which if this were installed on these facilities, we would get a reduction of nearly 1,000 tons per year of particulate matter between these 4 facilities. The nitrogen oxides are a little bit more complicated. Again, we're looking at what is needed to be reduced to operate the equipment. And so one important thing to note is this is looking at nitrogen oxides as a whole, but not all of those species of NOx interact negatively with the amine solvent. And so you don't need to reduce as much, depending on what types of species of nitrogen oxides, you don't necessarily need to reduce as much of your nitrogen oxide emissions. This can also be dependent on what types of pollution control you currently have on your facility, and then what types of pollution controls are also available to further reduce those pollutants. But even taking this into account, we still see over a 500 ton per year reduction that we would need to have if carbon capture were installed on all 4 of these facilities. The most exciting and impressive one that we saw is the requirement to reduce your sulfur dioxide emissions. And at each of these facilities, we saw greater than a 99% reduction in sulfur dioxide emissions, totaling over 3,000 tons per year, combined from all of these facilities. One other thing, I don't have a separate slide to show this because I was trying to get myself to move quickly through this presentation, but an important thing to note additionally is that we also looked at the changes in volatile organic compounds at each of these facilities that is associated with the amine solvent that's used to capture the CO2 from the facilities. And we're seeing great emission reductions from our criteria air pollutants, but we do also see an increase of about 2 to 3 tons per year of volatile organic compounds from each of these facilities. And for the last slide that I have here, using what we saw from this modeling exercise of our reductions in sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter, and still taking into account that increase in volatile organic compounds, we used EPA's co-benefit tool to get a sense of how this would impact local public health. And the big note here, and this is looking at the high end, of course, of what we could have in terms of reduced annual mortality, but we're seeing that if you were to install carbon capture on all 4 of these facilities, you could save up to 85 lives each year based on that net reduction that we're seeing in criteria air pollutants. We see the largest improvement in public health associated with installation of carbon capture at the Martinez refinery in California. This is because that is one of the dirtier facilities that we looked at, and it's close to multiple large population centers. And so to end with this initial frame-setting presentation here, what we're seeing is that carbon capture, of course, its primary use is to reduce CO2 emissions from facilities as a decarbonization tool, but we can also look at it from a win-win perspective of slowing climate change and improving local air quality and saving lives. And so with that, I'm excited to move on through our panel presentations today, and I'll pass it over to Melissa.
Great, thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Let me just get my tools organized here. I am Melissa Carey. I'm the head of climate, ESG policy, and government affairs at Wholesome US. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to speak with you today about our plans to decarbonize our part of our industry, which is building materials. And for the purposes of decarbonizing, I'm definitely going to highlight our cement and concrete production. This is an industry that is really worth your focus and your attention. If you don't know this already, and you probably don't, cement is the most transacted material in the world after water. It is globally responsible for 8% of emissions. And with the world projected to build the equivalent of a New York City every month for the next 40 years, it is essential that we build smarter, we build cleaner, and that we do so with an eye toward reducing our climate impact. So thank you very much to WGA, and really looking forward to the discussion. Let me move through this in tandem. Let me give you a word about us to start in case you're not familiar with Wholesome. We have close to 350 sites in 43 states. We employ more than 7,000 people in our cement, concrete, asphalt, and aggregate production. We also are proud to have Wholesome Building Envelope as part of our U.S. presence. Building Envelope covers roofing, insulation, sealants, and all the things that you might imagine that would make a building envelope energy efficient. We are the largest cement producer in the U.S. We have 13 integrated cement plants, 2 grinding facilities, 98 aggregate, and 121 ready-mix sites. We also have more than 100 terminals all across the United States, so we're a large presence. We are also very unusual in our industry in that we have a net zero by 2050 commitment that is transparent and verified by the Science Based Targets Initiative. We are wholly committed to decarbonizing our operations on that time frame, and I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what that looks like for us. Okay. So, in short, we're on a mission to decarbonize building across its entire life cycle, to build a net zero future that works for people and the planet. So this graphic is from our 2023 climate report, which you can find on our website. And what you'll see is that as we look out to 2050, we have to look at our carbon emissions on a number of fronts. I don't know if you can read this from where you all sit, but this graphic covers everything from carbon capture, use, and storage, that's that big blue bar at the bottom, but also all the other strategies that we need to employ, like clinker substitution, alternative fuels, reusing recycled content, and other strategies that we can employ now, even as we're getting a lot closer to commercial deployment of carbon capture and storage in the US. But before I get to kind of the individual components of this, I wanted to draw your attention to the time aspect. We view ourselves as being on the clock to decarbonize. I think everyone here knows this, but I'll just repeat it. This is not a challenge like other environmental challenges that remain kind of static while we work on solutions. Every year that we delay in doing all that we can to reduce carbon is a year in which we exponentially increase the damages and risks to all of us from a warming climate. So we take the time element of this very, very seriously, and that's why you'll see when you look at this chart that we are working, of course, to get to full-scale carbon capture and storage on our facilities, but we're not waiting on that. We're also working on material substitution, on renewable energy, on electrifying our fleet, and so forth. So let me show you what that looks like. So this is another graphic from our climate report, but it really breaks down the opportunity set that we have before us. So this graphic shows our Scope 1 emissions, our direct emissions, starting with the electricity that we use to power our operations and going straight through the production process to our end product. And what you can see here is that we are making use of all the strategies that are available to us. So alternative fuels, last year we diverted more than 1.7 million tons of byproducts and landfill material, or landfill destined material, into our kilns and to our processes. So part of our goal is to increase thermal substitution to 50% by 2030 and 70% or more by 2050. We are also looking at using alternative raw materials, whether those are natural materials like calcined clay or pozzolans, or some waste materials like slag and fly ash, which are other things that we can incorporate into our products to substitute for the carbon-intensive clinker that we make. We are also moving to renewable energy. In our facilities, we're doing a mix of on-site generation and purchased renewable power. But the pledge that we are well on the way to fulfilling is to have 100% of our energy needs come from renewables by 2030. And then, of course, all of this brings us toward 2030 and beyond, where we anticipate carbon capture, use, and storage is the largest part of what we're doing to keep our carbon out of the atmosphere. So I'm going to leave it here and look forward to your questions. But I did want to just encourage you to think both big and small when you think about building materials and climate. We are known as a hard-to-abate sector, and there are some things about our sector that are really, really hard. Process emissions are really, really hard. They're inherent to the manufacture of our basic products. But there are also a lot of things that we can do now while we're working on the really, really hard part of this to get our carbon emissions headed in the direction in which we need them to go. So by building smarter, by having cleaner manufacturing processes, by reusing materials, and just by thinking systemically about what we choose to build, we really feel like there is every opportunity for our company to work with all of you to build a net zero future for our sector. Thank you. I'm not in charge of that part.
Well, thank you so much, Melissa. Tom, I'll hand it over to you for your introduction.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Thomas Price. I'm here representing the Industrial Efficiency and Decarbonization Office. I'm an energy analyst and contractor working with energetics, but I spend all my time at IEDO, and I'll be referred to IEDO. I also work within the sphere of the federal government, so if I start speaking in acronyms, call me out, please. It happens all the time. But I'm really happy to be here. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to start with something that's already been said, but really what we're looking at right now is 30% of our energy-related emissions really comes from the industrial sector. And so this includes, hard-to-abate sectors. It also includes manufacturing, agriculture, mining, and construction. My office and what I specifically work for in terms of our portfolio is really settled in that manufacturing space. And so we're not looking at manufacturing, or we're looking at manufacturing, we're not looking at agriculture and mining. We have kind of sister agencies at DOE that do that. But my biggest plug, and something that we need to kind of realize, is there is still growth. We can apply CCUS, But there's still growth within these manufacturing spaces. And sometimes that growth is enough to really kind of limit the amount of CCUS that can impact the actual carbon management of the space. I did want to kind of just lay out kind of how IEDO is kind of looking at our space and using our funding. We kind of have a couple aspects within our portfolio. And the first one where I work more specifically is the energy and emission intensive industries. So that's iron and steel, chemicals, food and beverage, forest products, cement and concrete. Absolutely a sector-specific approach. And we really truly believe and understand the complexity that there is here in manufacturing and industrial sector. There are very specific solutions based on industry itself. We also totally understand that there are cross-sectoral opportunities. And the biggest one is thermal processes and systems. These CO2 emissions from industry, about 60% comes from process heating alone, and so this is a really big area. We also have low carbon fuels, feedstocks, and energy sources, emerging efficiency, and of course, water and wastewater treatment, which is another place I spend a little bit of my time. The last piece, and I think this is a really important piece, and I wish I was connected a little bit more into it, but this is the technical assistance and workforce development that was mentioned last session. And I think it's really important to understand that this is a new space and there's opportunity here. And while people are really, interested in, becoming more sustainable, some people don't even know where to start. Some people haven't even started. And that's a reality that we're really hoping to acknowledge. Kind of want to do kind of a shameless plug. Please subscribe to our newsletter. This is where you're going to find announcements, funding opportunities. Also, we have a huge portfolio, not only in carbon capture and utilization, but everywhere else in terms of decarbonization. So please check out our project database. Last little shameless plug is we did announce a funding opportunity announcement last week. It's focused on hard to abate industries, so chemicals, iron and steel, cement, food and beverage, and concept papers are due March 19th. So again, everyone out here, I charge you to please submit and make a difference here. I'll now pass it off.
All right. Well, I had a chance to talk to Thomas before this, and the most impressive thing that I heard was all of his technical expertise, which is very, very impressive, but he actually lives in Telluride and is here despite a massive snowstorm in Telluride. So we should all give him a round of applause for that. My name's Cully Cavness. I'm a co-founder, president, and chief operating officer of Crusoe Energy Systems. So we're a Denver-based company that we started with capturing flaring natural gas and using that otherwise wasted energy to power modular data centers. And since then, we've expanded into some other types of energy sources. I'll give you a little bit of background on where we came from and what our company does. But I think the reason why I was asked to be on this panel is that maybe this is an example of something that used to be viewed as hard to abate, which is sort of peripheral flaring around the margins of oil fields. And these are sort of small volumes, relatively speaking, and they don't last forever. They're sort of a point-in-time problem where flaring might exist for a few years and then decline over time. So for a long time, it was not clear how are you going to economically gather these and manage this otherwise wasted gas stream. And our approach has, we think we've kind of broken through that and proven a new model where it is economic to do this, and there's a lot of environmental benefit to doing this. So I'll show you some photos of kind of how it looks and what that might mean. So just really quickly, globally we flare about 5 trillion cubic feet per year of gas. That's it's enough gas to power all of Africa. If you could capture it and use it for electricity, it would be about 2/3 of Europe's electricity demand. And the data center industry on the other side is really rapidly becoming one of the largest and will eventually become the largest single sort of load on the electrical grid in terms of appetite for electricity. And so we view both of these as problems, but also as opportunities. There are sort of climate challenges in the sense that that's a lot of wasted energy and emissions with no beneficial use on the left side there, and that's a lot of incremental load that if it's not sourced properly, is going to contribute to a lot more emissions as well. Again, if you captured all that gas, it would power 2/3 of all of Europe's electricity. Data centers are already on track to consume 8% of the world's electricity. And this is actually old data. With AI coming out and some new research, it's actually, most of the new reports are saying we're going to pass 10% within this decade. And computing will consume double-digit percentages of the world's electricity within the decade and thereafter. You know, an interesting comment that isn't always appreciated about flaring is that flares don't fully combust methane. And recent studies have indicated that maybe 9% of the methane escapes from a flare. And methane is such a potent greenhouse gas. We were actually talking about this before the panel. It's 82 times as potent as CO2. So that small percentage that escapes is actually responsible for 3/4 of the total greenhouse impact of the flare. It's the methane escaping, even as a small percentage, it's 3 times more potent than all the rest of the methane that gets combusted into CO2 because of the 82x global warming potential factor that's associated with methane. So getting rid of a little bit of methane goes a really long way. It's one of these low-hanging fruit, which is, you know, in this case, it's really true. It's environmentally and economically the low-hanging fruit. And just some really quick numbers on data centers. So this is a chart that comes from McKinsey & Company, a recent study. What it's basically showing is that the amount of power consumed by American data centers is about 15 gigawatts today and expected to rise past 30 to 35 gigawatts by the end of this decade. And this is actually a more conservative projection than others. Boston Consulting Group has it going to 45 gigawatts, and this is really being driven by artificial intelligence. So AI powered by graphics processing unit clusters. They're very energy intensive computers, and there's just all of a sudden, with ChatGPT coming out and so much investment going in the space, there is an absolutely historic boom in data center construction activity, and all the existing data center space has really been taken up and is being converted to this much more energy intensive kind of computing. So again, where and how we source that power is going to matter a lot vis-a-vis any climate goals. Also, the dark blue bar, those are the hyperscalers. So that's Amazon, Microsoft, Google. The light blue bar is what you could think of as independent data center operators. That's really where Crusoe would operate. And then the gray is enterprises, so large companies operating their own data centers. And you can see that kind of the biggest categories and the fastest growing is this independent data center space where there is an opportunity to sort of do it a different way. And so that's where Crusoe came from, is recognizing that maybe one problem can solve the other. Maybe the very large appetite for electricity from the computing sector could be a solution to soak up some otherwise stranded and curtailed energy, both in terms of flaring, and increasingly there is unfortunately a growing problem of curtailed renewable power from aging wind farms that don't get the production tax credit anymore. And when prices go below zero, they have to curtail. And so we started actually with Bitcoin mining. As my co-founder and I, we grew up here in Denver together, went to high school together. He's sort of the technical co-founder. He was a math and physics major at MIT and then studied computer science with a focus in AI at Stanford. I'm a geologist and went through an MBA program and has been more on the finance and business side of energy, working in geothermal energy, on the renewable side, and then later in oil and gas. So I've kind of been on both sides of the energy transition there. And we started with Bitcoin mining and then have really increasingly transitioned to GPU computing for AI. And today it's about 30 to 40% of our revenue comes from the AI piece. And it'll be more than half of our revenue sometime this year as we really focus the budget on that. This is really how it looks. So it's hard to see in this photo, but in the background, you'll see an oil field operation, those tanks. And on the left side of the tanks, there are two flare stacks, and there's no fireball over those flare stacks. They're actually not flaring gas. They would otherwise be flaring gas. But we've installed in the foreground this is a 36 megawatt power generation production and data center consumption co-located all at one site in the oil field. So the sort of bigger boxes on the far right are generators. So that row, you see 5 of the bigger structures. Those are 5 2-megawatt generators. And then they're each connected to 2 1-megawatt data centers, which is the smaller thing that looks like it might be about the footprint of a shipping container. On the left side is actually a gas turbine. So we have two models. We do a 2 megawatt building block, which you see on the right, and we do a 16 megawatt turbine-based building block for larger sites that'll be there for longer. And putting all that together, we're preventing about 8 million cubic feet of gas from being flared that was previously being flared. 5 million cubic feet in this example. It's scalable to 8, and it's producing 36 megawatts of power and computation from a energy source that was already basically being produced and wasted. And in the process, reducing a lot of methane emissions. Our generators get 99.9% combustion of the methane, which, again, relative to letting 9% escape, is a really big reduction in the CO2 equivalent. We reduce the CO2 equivalent by about 67% compared to if you continued flaring. This is another project. This one's in Montana. So this is 2 million cubic feet per day. It's a modular system, and we will remove modules as the wells decline. And then we have a business development team anticipating that with some reservoir engineering to know when the wells will decline, and they're looking ahead and contracting for new projects so we can remobilize. This is what one of the artificial intelligence data centers look like. This is actually a data center in an oil field. So it's a clean room environment on the inside. If you were to step out that back door, it's actually literally in an oil field. There's oil tanks and flare stacks right there. And this is AI model training data center. So it's a type of, it's either inference or training. And training is quite energy intensive up front, and then inference is using the model long term. This is a training data center. So somebody's able to, through a fiber connection that we built out into rural Montana, train an AI model in a data center powered by gas that was being flared previously, and reduce methane emissions in the process. And actually at a lower cost than if you were to use a hyperscaler, because we're using this wasted energy stream, so there's a cost advantage there. So it's, again, 99% reduction in methane emissions compared to flaring. It's about a 69% reduction in CO2 equivalent emissions compared to flaring. Also, on the criteria emissions, we're getting some really big reductions, 99% reduction in VOCs, for example, 95% in carbon monoxide. So these are more human health-oriented emissions factors. And I would just like to say it's really privileged to represent a team that does all the hard work. I don't know how to build and operate an aeroderivative gas turbine like you see in the background there, but our team does, and our team knows how to do a lot of really amazing technical and commercial things. And so it's really been a privilege. We've got 325 employees now. We've raised a little bit over $1 billion, and we're sort of a large-scale provider of AI computing and Bitcoin mining, and we're doing it in a way that where we try to source our energy from climate-aligned sources, mostly by preventing waste. So that's the end of my slide deck there.
Well, thank you so much, Coley, and thank you everyone on the panel here. We will dive into some questions. Staying with the hard portion of the hard to abate theme of this panel, I wanted to touch on if you all see any foreseeable challenges or limitations in the widespread deployment of CCUS technologies within these hard to abate industries, and what strategies we can employ to overcome these obstacles. Some things that always come first to my mind living in the Midwest are around the CO2 pipelines that we seem to be having a lot of trouble building out, as well as not every first project looking like a complete success every time. But I'd love to open that up for a discussion in our panel here.
Sure. I'll add to that. I think about this really as like enabling conditions, right? It's not that we don't know how to do this, but it's a big undertaking, and there's a lot of infrastructure that goes along with it, right? Not just installing the technologies that are needed on different manufacturing processes, but also there's the capture part, right? And then there's the transport part and the storage part. And all of these components have been done, right? They exist somewhere in the world. They've all been done numerous times over. But putting together an integrated system and siting it in the US in a real place on the ground with community engagement and buy-in is a different thing. And so in the previous panel, we talked a little bit about community engagement, and I do think that's a really underplayed, discussed aspect of this. I was listening to the panelists before us talk about kind of how information gets passed around, and whether it's true or not true, and I think one of the big hurdles that we have is having a sort of a fact-based and honest discussion about what the technology is, how it gets deployed, what it means or doesn't mean for communities that are involved in it, and also what the value proposition is for the atmosphere. And so there are many different components of that I think are under vigorous debate. And there are a lot of different points of view, and it is my observation that the more information we can have and the better dialogue that we can have about what it takes to make these systems reality, the quicker we will get there.
Yeah, I think that's really important, and the idea of just kind of bringing people together. And I think this is a really tough question for me as a technical person that sits in the chemical space all the time is, how do I make broad statements on barriers? And so I kind of thought of a couple, and you mentioned a couple that I have on my list, but some of those barriers that I have are within the tough to address kind of industries. We understand it's a very capital rich space, right? All the infrastructure that's there lasts for a very long time, and so to get people to try to add something that wasn't originally there, that can be really tough, but to even get rid of the entire process itself can be very difficult. And so this is, like you said, how do we make sure that this is something that people want to do? Integration issues are huge, and this is for carbon capture, but in IEDO we work a lot with carbon utilization. So let's say you want to create ethylene from CO2. All of a sudden you're getting rid of this huge industry that's not only producing ethylene, but you're producing the amount of propylene produced and all these other things. And so the integration issue is huge. And I think a big piece for cement as well, and chemicals and anything that's a product, is like product quality and standards, right? And so we need to be able to produce the same products and to make these things still profitable with different feedstocks, with different processes, with decarbonization in mind. And I think that really gets into the idea of strategies. And I think one of those strategies really truly is the idea of like co-benefits, or the idea of co-optimization. This is an opportunity. So a lot of the times I think, people that have been running a steam cracker for the last 30 years are like, I absolutely do not want to change to electric heating because what am I going to do with my stranded gas? But I think in many ways, it's an opportunity to address, criteria air pollutants. It's an opportunity to address the low conversion of certain products that you actually want. And so I think like a strategy might be just, making that value proposition more relatable and more easy. And going back to, the community benefits plan and really teaming. That's something that we really, really focus on in the DOE, and was mentioned last time, where we don't know everything. We'd love to get more input on this, and we're continually trying to get better. But we have some mechanisms that I think are really important, and one of those is for our funding opportunities. We have teaming lists. And so, again, nothing new necessarily, but these are lists where you can put your name in and you can self-organize. And so this is how we get national labs partnered with, industry. This is how we get small schools that have, potential technology out into the world, and it can be commercialized. And so I think that's one strategy as well, of getting the people together in that communication piece.
No, I think Melissa and Thomas made really good comments. I would just add, maybe from a developer perspective, there's going to be a big difference between greenfield and brownfield on the way that somebody can think about CCUS. And in a space where there's a lot of new projects or new load being built, it's an opportunity to add CCUS as another part of the sort of site due diligence checklist of, can I get this permitted? Can I get it financed? Those are all the questions people have historically asked. And I think a new question is, how is this site on a scale of 1 to 10 from a CCUS applicability? Am I have to build a really long pipeline that'll never get approved, or could I actually sequester, that would be a 1, or could I actually sequester right here on site? Maybe you start selecting sites that are actually, they have the right geology, they're in favorable jurisdictions. For example, Wyoming has passed some really interesting laws to enable this and make it easier. North Dakota has a forced pooling concept for CO2 sequestration pore space, so that you don't have to get a lease from every single mineral owner in the unit, which could basically prevent most projects from happening. So some sites will end up being more attractive than others for CCUS. I think that'll be an interesting layer to see how that can come in. And then really the biggest barrier, if you could cross the permitting piece, is it is still economics. And for ethanol, for a brewery, something that produces 100% CO2, it's quite economic with 45Q to go capture that and sequester it if you could permit it. For post-combustion, where the CO2 concentration is maybe single-digit percentage CO2, you then have to put in an amine concentration process. That's a multi-$100 million piece of CapEx or more, depending on the size. And the 45Q payments, even for permanent sequestration, they don't really pay for that. And so I think it's going to require another layer of incentives, frankly, to make the post-combustion piece work. You can look to Canada they have a even more generous per ton sequestration payment than 45Q, and an investment tax credit that can fund 40 to 60% of the capital cost of the project. That works. So there's some gap between 45Q and the Canadian framework where the economics kind of tip over a threshold, and we just frankly don't have a good economic model for post-combustion capture and sequestration in the U.S. today, even with the updated 45Q, at least not in most of the projects that we've looked at. And we are really actively trying to develop a larger scale CCS project in association with a data center and a power plant as like a model, but it's hard to do it in the U.S. without sort of state or federal incentives.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Am I being told that it's time to move to audience questions?
If you have a question, please raise your hand so a WGA staff member can get a mic to you.
Scott Weiser, Denver Gazette. I'm wondering if you have any numbers on how much government data centers need by way of power.
I don't know, I don't have numbers off the top of my head, but the government share of the data center market is a really large share. I mean, if somebody told me it was somewhere between 1/4 and 1/2, I wouldn't be surprised, just knowing what I know about the data centers around Virginia in particular, and around the DC area. There are a lot of very, very large power consuming data centers there. Most of them don't have a name on the building, and most of them are filled with agencies. You're not supposed to know who they are, but they seem to have a lot of computing power.
Yeah,
we got 2 over there.
Got a couple more questions.
Okay.
I was about to ask another one anyway.
Thank you so much, Nusha Jami from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. I was wondering actually regarding the flaring and then using that as an energy source. What happens if the oil and gas production in a location you are working sort of reduces or changes in different ways? Are you is this something you can just pick up and take somewhere else? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And a big part of our, one of the constraints in designing this technology was to make it modular and mobile, because you're exactly right. Oil wells do decline. They all decline towards zero over time. And as the reservoir pressure depletes, then the oil production rate and the associated gas rate is going to go down. And so we move systems all the time. We really have designed a system that does not require a cement foundation. And so we can actually pick the whole thing up with a crane, put it on a truck, and sort of send it down the road. And we've done really very large-scale mobilizations and demobilizations in a week, 2 weeks. Really big projects might take a little bit longer, but our teams have gotten well trained on doing that kind of thing, packing it up, moving it, and redeploying it. And then the challenge is just having another site contracted from a business development standpoint. So we work hard to not have gaps and not have idle equipment.
My name's Jim Hughes, and I specialize in development of new drilling technology for sequestration and geothermal. And my question is really for Angela. Why not sequester all emissions from an industrial facility and eliminate the carbon separation and capture expense?
Yeah, that's a great question. The way the Class 6 permitting is set up for EPA requirements or for states who have taken on primacy, and the understanding that we have of how we can safely and secure the material underground in a way that keeps it down there and we know won't have a negative impact on our groundwater, on the rocks where we're storing in the pore space, is that we need to remove all the extra pollutants or junk to be able to just pump CO2 alone underground.
Well, there's thousands of wells, disposal wells, around the world in basement granite, which is as deep as you can go. And a Class 1 permit allows you to pump anything down those wells. So when you're as far away from groundwater as you can get, it's kind of an ideal sequestration formation.
Right. I think the big thing here is we're looking at a different class of wells. So instead of those Class 1 wells, we're looking at Class 6 wells, where the idea is to take those CO2 molecules, store them underground in the pore spaces in a saline formation that will potentially eventually mineralize and become a secure portion of that pore space so that it stays underground. But it's a lot more difficult to track and monitor and ensure that it is remaining stable and remaining underground, especially thinking about just how much CO2 that we need to store underground, that we really need to maintain these strict requirements with the Class 6 wells so that we can ensure that we are looking at a permanent storage of that CO2 underground.
Just from a technical standpoint, the exhaust from a gas turbine is only about 5% CO2. So you've got 20 times the volume that you have to compress and put down. So the cost of compression and the energy use of compression would be prohibitive to basically try to sequester the entire gas stream.
I actually think that's a really cool idea, personally. There is also a reservoir constraint, though. In some reservoirs, there's just sort of a max volume that could be stored without creating so much pressure. You could actually have like activated faults, and I'm guessing that might be part of like a technical consideration for trying to put the entire exhaust stream downhole. But I mean, it's actually a really interesting idea.
Yeah, and it was another good point as well, not just thinking about that storage side, but thinking about the ability to capture it as well, right? And that was a major portion of what our study was looking at how you need to clean up that flue stream to be able to reliably capture and then sequester the CO2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's really important within the context of where we work. So IEDO really sits at that mid-TRL or technical readiness level. And so, kind of lab, bench scale, all the way up to pilot. And the way that we look at carbon, we have some sister agencies that look at sequestration and carbon capture. We're really looking at the utilization piece. And so, like, if you're just trying to get rid of CO2, putting it in the ground is great. We're really trying to look at it as a waste stream that we can now put into and make products with, right? I mean, we're, close to 90%, if not more, of all chemicals are produced from fossil fuels. And if we can replace that with some sort of other carbon source, which CO2, if we're going to be capturing it, spending the energy and the effort to capture it, we really want to be able to utilize it. And I think the gold standard here, and something that I think has been discussed, kind of within our organization and others, especially the national labs, is the idea of kind of skipping the even the capture portion. If you can take a stream that's 10% CO2, do some sort of chemistry to create a product and skip that actual capture piece, then again, now we're putting carbon into a useful product. I mean, you do need to start thinking about a life cycle and how that product is used and how long it sequesters. That said, I mean, I think it's a really interesting opportunity that goes beyond just the capture as well as the sequestration. It's the U in CCUS is still there, I promise.
Yeah, maybe just one other thing that I'll add to that Tom brought up is we know how to capture CO2. We know how to transport it. We know how to store it. But also, even thinking about the report that I highlighted at the start of this today is this isn't necessarily how everything will look exactly 10 years from now, right? We were looking at a 90% capture rate, but we know we can capture more. And right now, we know how we need to transport it, how we need to store it, how much energy it's taking, but we also presume that we will get better at all of this with time, and that even say the amine solvent that we were looking at in our report, we'll probably find something better than that to be able to store or to capture our CO2 moving forward. And so I think looking at that technology readiness level of where we're at now, all of that we expect will continue to improve upon with time as well.
Can I try to wrap this up with a bow?
Yes.
It's like, yeah, please do. I'm going to answer a question that nobody asked me. So thank you. It's really interesting to kind of hear this range of perspectives across the table, and thinking about this, the title, right, the hard to abate. This is not a matter of a knowledge base at this point. It's actually a matter of doing what we have, for the most part, figured out how to do, right? We do know how to capture carbon. We do know how to transport it. We do know how to store it. We also know, just speaking about our industry, how to use alternative fuels. We don't actually have to fill up a kiln with coal and heat it up to the temperature of the surface of the sun, although that is what we've been doing to make our product for I don't know, a couple hundred years. So we know how to to decarbonize, the issues that we've been talking about here during this panel are really practical issues. So you brought up performance of the end product. We make low carbon products today that perform or outperform ordinary Portland cement, which is the industry standard. In many, if not most places, those products have to receive sort of a low carbon designation, or we can't sell them because the standard is a recipe-based performance standard. It's said to meet the performance standard if we followed a certain recipe to make the product. Even if the product outperforms that recipe, it's not a performance-based standard. That's a really practical issue, right? We need to transport liquefied CO2 over distances and put it in secure underground storage. But we have to build that pipeline, and communities have to be on board with that. And so I hope your takeaway for our panel is more about getting it done than really not knowing what to do. We do know what to do. It's just a matter of sort of organizing our incentives and the way that we have done business and the way that we have permitted infrastructure and kind of thought about development and adapting it to this age of decarbonizing, which is really where we are. So thanks.
Well, yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Great panel. It was a pleasure moderating everyone.
roundtable here, if everybody would take a seat. So as you heard earlier, direct air capture has the potential to remove large-scale amounts of carbon from the atmosphere, but it will require significant energy resources. Integrating direct air capture with renewable energy, like geothermal, can help drive down costs and address consumption concerns. Developing costs and energy-efficient technology will be imperative for long-term market success. However, this must be done in careful balance, considering the role DAC plays in overall energy landscapes. Here to moderate this roundtable is Kyle Clark-Sutton, Manager of Carbon Removal Policy at the Rocky Mountain Institute. Kyle?
Great, thanks, Abby. Nice to be with you all here today. I'm going to introduce myself really briefly and then pass it off to our expert panelists. So like Abby said, I'm a manager for carbon removal policy at RMI. RMI is a global nonprofit, although born and raised here in Colorado, that focuses on deep decarbonization for every sector of our economy to usher in a modern, equitable, and low-carbon future. We're focused not only on reducing emissions, but also the opportunity that clean energy has for public health and for our economy. In 2022, RMI launched our carbon removal initiative to catalyze development of safe and equitable carbon removal in partnership with government and industry, as well as the scientific and academic community. And we do that in a few different ways. First, research and development is a critical part of scaling carbon removal. There's a lot that we don't know yet. And so RMI works on developing technology roadmaps and assessments. Some of you may have heard of a recent publication and would love to plug it here. Our Applied Innovation Roadmap came out late last year. The AIR looks at 32 different approaches to carbon removal, including multiple kinds of direct air capture, but also across all other geochemical and biogenic approaches. And it has a lot of really helpful insights into research and development gaps and opportunities to inform R&D funding. We also support first-of-a-kind projects and deployment. RMI is a lead of a consortium in the Pacific Northwest called the Anchor on Carbon Management Hub. That was the recipient of Direct Air Capture Hub funding last year, and we're excited to kick that project off this year. And finally, we're focused on policy and market shaping. As has already been said today, without demand, this industry is not going to take off. And without policy and strong, robust MRV standards, we won't have the demand that we need to meet our targets and our goals for carbon removal. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Patricia Loria from Carbon Capture.
Thanks. Thanks for having me here. My name is Patricia Loria. I'm VP of Business Development at Carbon Capture, Inc. I think the WGA has just done a fantastic job on kind of sculpting this conversation. I went to their winter event in Jackson, and that was a great conversation too. So I think bringing together governors, policymakers, companies who are working in these Western states is just really important for us to meet these kind of lofty goals we have. I'm going to start with this picture, and go through a quick company overview, but I want you to remember this picture because it's actually pretty controversial in Wyoming. And I'll let you guys think about that why and maybe ask the question later and see what people think. Glenn here probably knows, and Randall certainly would shout up and down as to why he thinks this picture is controversial, but it certainly addresses issues around energy and direct air capture. We had a brief question that Max already answered, but the science is clear that even if we do robust decarbonization, and I believe heavily in CCS on point source projects, and I'm really excited about the leadership that Wyoming is bringing to that and looking to decarbonize its energy sector with point source projects. We've already done too much damage, and we're going to need to remove CO2 from the atmosphere and remove a lot of it. I mean, we're talking billions of tons by 2050. Now, DAC isn't the only solution that's going to do that. We sit in a much wider ecosystem of nature-based and other technology solutions. But I firmly believe, which is why I work at this company, that DAC is going to be a really important part of that. It is a permanent storage solution. It is a technology that we know can work and operate. And sadly, I think that we are just at this point in our kind of global path where we're going to need these really high-tech but permanent solutions if we hope to stay below 1.5 degrees global warming and really protect the world's population from the worst effects of climate change. I wanted to give you just a picture, so Max from Heirloom didn't do you justice in kind of showing you a picture of what they're building, but here's a picture of what we're building just so people can start to have a sense. And just, I know that there's a lot of terminology that's being thrown around. We are a direct air capture company, meaning we only build these systems that take CO2 out of the air. So there's carbon capture systems that can be put on industrial emissions to take down that CO2, but that's not what we're doing. We're building these systems to take it out of the air. And this is what one looks like. This is our prototype that you can all come and visit if you'd like to see it in Long Beach, California in just a couple months. This size, which is about a size of a shipping container, and it was made to that size to be transported easily, will take about 550 tons of CO2 out of the air. Nowhere near that 10 billion we were talking about, but we got to start somewhere. We're going to catch and release this CO2, meaning we don't have a place to store it, and that's certainly a challenge as we continue to kind of evolve and this industry grows, but we're getting there with these kind of baby steps. And we already have great corporate support for kind of selling carbon removal credits from our projects. BCG was our first customer, Microsoft was the first customer, Adyen. We also sell at a platform called Patch, where any individual can go and buy CO2 from our project, Project Bison. So there's a lot of ways for corporations, individuals, and governments to kind of get involved in supporting this nascent industry. So for us, for our solution, essentially we're a temperature vacuum swing absorption, which means that we use materials that have been around for a long time and used for other purposes that bind CO2. So they're amines, and when they feel CO2, they get attracted to it, the CO2 attracts to it, and then in order to release that, we heat them up in a closed environment so that we can capture that CO2 that's released from the amines, cool it down, and do the whole process over again. And each of those reactors are essentially these building blocks, and you could just see how they build. So essentially that picture I just showed you is 12 reactors. Then those reactors go into clusters, which go into arrays. So we can kind of land and expand, build small, but continue to grow. One of the other exciting things, and I'll talk a little bit about this, and I'm sure David will talk about this when we talk about energy reductions. These solid sorbents, as I said, they weren't made specifically to address this challenge of climate change. They're things that have been used in other areas of chemicals. But right now there are companies all over the world, national labs, universities who said, okay, you know what, we actually really need to build a lot better of these sorbents. So there's so much material science innovation that's going on, and that is going to help us drive down our costs and energy requirements. And when those innovations happen, we're just going to replace those cartridges into those reactors. So we're making capital investments, but not sorbent decisions. And that will allow us to make a lot more of these clusters while we continue to innovate on the sorbents. So just from our pathway, as I said, we're going to have this first facility up in California, and then our next facility will be a single cluster. So that is that kind of 18 modules put together. That will actually be in Arizona, and that CO2 is going into concrete as we look for kind of the next larger phase, which will go in a Class 6 well. And that's where we've been talking about our Project Bison in Wyoming. And I'm just going to skip through some of this really quickly just to share, because we're we're talking here very close to Colorado and Wyoming, that we were selected for a TA2 DAC hub in Wyoming, and that is already kind of underway. We got pre-award authorization spending to begin work. We've hired our first employee in Wyoming who's doing our community benefits. So we will be investing over $2 million of hard dollars, meaning we're going into communities like Rock Springs and saying, what can we do to help you prepare for jobs and opportunities in these sectors? And they may say, you know what, we really need infrastructure development. We really need help with buying computers at the schools. What community benefits agreements really means is that we spend a lot of time talking to communities and we figure out how to use our money in the best way to support them. And additionally, we have money for training, we have money for conservation projects. So there's a lot that we're doing to support the community. And that's really coming mostly from our money, because what we're getting from the Department of Energy is really to do a FEED study, right? So they haven't committed to giving us money to actually build the facility in Wyoming. That will come from for the next phase of the project, what it's called a TA3. But we're doing everything we have in our power to show the Department of Energy and the federal government that the state of Wyoming really wants to build direct air capture. They really see this as a huge opportunity in their state for all the things that we've talked about: great geological storage, a great workforce, great opportunities for energy, and that hopefully will bring kind of jobs and opportunities to the state of Wyoming. I'm just going to kind of pop through these slides again so you can see a couple of our customers, and I am happy if you want to pop by me, if you want a copy of these slides, I am happy to provide them as well. But I am going to move on. I'll just say actually one thing before I go on and give you the clicker. So another party to our direct air capture hub is a company called 12, who is testing sustainable aviation fuel. So this isn't just a sequestration opportunity in the state. We can use CO2 to make products. We have partnerships to that. And one of those, the hugest partnerships will probably be around sustainable aviation fuel. That is a huge market opportunity that DAC can open up in any of these regions, and we're excited to see what it takes us in Wyoming.
Great. Whoop. Okay, title slide first. So, Dave Lepke, National Energy Technology Laboratory. I bet everybody here knows NRail, but I suspect there are a lot of you that never heard of the National Energy Technology Laboratory. So I figured we'd start with that. National Energy Technology Laboratory actually goes back more than 100 years. So going back to coal mining research in the early part of the 20th century in Pittsburgh, we were involved in improving the safety, improving the quality of energy production for this country. So now, today, we are 3 different laboratory campuses in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Morgantown, West Virginia, and Albany, Oregon. And for most of our history, we've been focused on fossil energy. But over the past quarter of a century, we have begun to move toward understanding reduction in the harm that the fossil energy production causes, be it particulate reduction, be it SOx and NOx reduction, and more recently, carbon management. So we're a go-go, government-operated national lab. We work directly for the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management at DOE. It puts us in kind of a unique position where we go out and deal with some of these issues that are arising. Today, we're going to talk about DAC. So over the course of that history, we've, as I mentioned, worked in pollutant reduction, SOx, NOx, working with acid rain and smog reduction. And we've also done a lot of materials development for things as diverse as vehicle armor and cardiac stent materials. In the area of carbon capture, we developed the baselines for TEA and LCA for point source capture. And that has been instrumental over the past decade or so in taking us from a place where there's a big diversity of assumptions in those analyses, which leads to difficulty in comparing one technology to another and really understanding the benefits that we're creating to a place where pretty much everybody uses the same assumptions. And now we can say, well, it will cost this much to capture a ton of CO2 from these different sources, and this is what we think the total emissions reduction will be. Now, having said that, I'll tell you who I am. So I'm an engineer by training. I came to NETL in 2002 as a point source carbon capture researcher. And over the course of 10, 12 years, I went from doing membrane research to running our internal carbon capture efforts. And 10 years or so ago, I left. And I left for a lot of reasons. But one of those reasons was I didn't think that carbon management was getting the attention and the investment that I thought it needed. And so I thought, well, I'll go out, I'll start some companies, I'll do development, see if I can't commercialize some of these things and attack it from a different direction. Now, that went great. Those companies are going strong. But a couple of years ago, I saw a major change. And that major change was we got serious about investing in carbon management. And so one of the ways we did that was the NETL DAC Center. So as I mentioned, NETL's been doing carbon capture research for about a quarter of a century. And so when we started making investments in carbon removal and direct air capture, Department of Energy said to us, hey, look, it took us 20 years to get point source capture ready for prime time, right? Today we've got multiple technologies that can be installed that can capture carbon dioxide, and that's great for point source. CDR is less developed. So how about you guys go leverage some of that expertise, some of those facilities that you have, and see if you can't work with technology developers to push this technology forward, because we don't have 20 years to wait this time. So I got excited about that when I heard about it, and I got named technical director of this facility. And so having been in startups, the first thing I did was I went out and I started talking to my customers, started talking to the DAG developers, and I said, okay, well, what do you have? What do you need? What could we do that would be helpful? And so we're in the process now of building a facility which will allow for testing at multiple scales of DAC technology in a bunch of different ways that include things like integration with renewables and increasing the longevity of these technologies to decrease cost, so that hopefully we can benefit the industry as a whole and get to implementation faster. So that's me.
Great, thank you both for the great introduction to your work. I think let's just start out with the basics, right? We all know that direct air capture requires a lot of energy, but can you two talk a little bit about how significant is the impact of energy consumption on the overall structure of the overall cost structure, excuse me, and what are some of the potential pathways for reducing energy consumption for DAC?
I can start with kind of our specific example, and then you can talk more broadly across different technologies. So energy is a huge part of how our technology works. So as I said, not only is it a big industrial system, but we have this process where we heat the sorbents and cool them down. We have fans that are essentially pushing air over the sorbents. Ultimately, we have to take out that CO2 and compress it for geological sequestration. So all of those things require energy. Some of them require electricity. Some of them require thermal energy. In certain cases, we're using, or probably in most cases in the early first-of-a-kind plants, we're using electricity to make thermal energy. And so it is a pretty huge part of our cost structure. Depending on, where we're looking at in our timeline, it could be 40% or more of our overall cost. So everyone in our company is totally focused on how we reduce our energy consumption. And I've already said the first way we're really going to do that is through being the strongest material science company. So we have probably over 20 different partnerships where we're looking at building sorbents that not only can be regenerated at lower temperatures, and that has the potential to use waste heat or at least not to have as high heat. They have more longevity, they work better. So really that kind of sorbent and how those sorbents are packaged is going to be really key to our cost reduction strategy. But then there's other things we could do as well, right? So right now we're using steam as our process to do that, regeneration, but there's potential for direct heating. There's a lot of things also then from the technical standpoint that can happen, but certainly, I'm never going to underplay kind of how important energy is to kind of the cost structure, and that energy is a big part of, and a big cost for what we do.
So I mentioned that in Point Source, we kind of have a set of assumptions and baselines that allows us to compare technologies to technologies, and we kind of agree on those. We're not really anywhere near that with DAC yet. We still have a lot of assumptions that are going into any given analyses. We haven't really set the bar on all of those things. So it matters a little bit where you look, what kinds of numbers you see for the importance of energy in these materials. But for the sake of argument, I think we can probably say it's between 1/4 and 1/2 of the cost of CO2 capture. So if we're talking about carbon capture from the atmosphere and we're talking about a ton of CO2, the best technologies today are saying maybe, or the most developed technologies today are saying maybe that costs $600 a ton. So if we can cut that by $200 or $300 in one way or another, well, we're pushing ourselves toward that $100 a ton goal that we think is if not necessary, certainly desirable for getting us to the place we need to be to start sequestering or capturing and sequestering 1 billion tons of CO2 a year by 2050. So I think it's critical. The other thing that I think is critical is we're talking about terawatt hours of some number of hundreds or thousands of terawatt hours of energy that we need to do DAC to get to those kinds of numbers, right? So there's a lot of energy that we need to build, a lot of capital involved in that. So anything we can do to decrease the overall energy demand is certainly going to be desirable and something that we should focus on.
Great. So I think building on that, you already mentioned material science and the opportunities to build better sorbents to reduce energy costs, but are there other opportunities for cost reduction within the technology stack that don't necessarily get at energy consumption, but get at cost of materials or something along those lines that you all could unpack?
Well, I mentioned something like direct heating, right? So right now we're using boilers. So there are ways that we can potentially recover heat in our system. So there are some parts of the mechanics, how these systems are built, that even outside of the sorbents are going to be real opportunities and cost reductions as well. When we talk about something like things like direct heating. But yeah, really getting rid of steam could have a big effect on the cost structure of our modules as well.
Sure. So I'd say that there are tremendous opportunities for cost reduction kind of across the board with direct air capture today. We talked about energy. We talked about making better DAC materials themselves. So decrease the temperature of regeneration, increase the capacity so you're getting more bang for your buck in terms of capture. But there's a lot of other ways too that you can go after this. You can look at materials of construction. So these processes are cyclic. And we're talking about big capital investments in terms of getting them built. So things that reduce the cost of materials for those, things that allow us to cycle more efficiently with smaller amounts of heat in the system as a whole. That's one example. Another example would be process optimization. So how do I best stage my process to decrease the overall energy demand, to increase the overall capture of CO2? So if I build a contactor and it captures a ton a day of CO2, well, that's great, but what if I can adjust the parameters of my process so that I can capture a little longer or regenerate a little bit more often, and so now I can capture 1.5 tons? Well, that's more efficient use of my capital, and those are the kinds of things that really move the needle in terms of overall cost.
So I think that's a great segue actually to, you mentioned this is cyclic and there are a lot of upfront costs that companies have to undertake. One of those upfront costs is integrating with clean energy, accessing clean energy, whether it's the cost of the infrastructure to connect to your facility or the cost of building the energy at your facility. I wonder if you all could talk a little bit about what are the challenges of integrating DAC systems with renewable energy and what sorts of strategies could be employed to reduce those barriers.
I mean, I'll start by saying, while we certainly are looking at renewable energy as a source, right now for our projects, we're looking at integrating with the grid. And when we think about integrating with the grid, what we care about is clean energy on the grid, not just renewable energy, right? So if the grid has carbon capture on power plants, then that reduces the overall emissions of the grid, and that benefits us. Our sales of our carbon removal credits and our LCAs are based on that overall kind of grid emissions, and so any ability to kind of reduce emissions on the grid is an important part. Now, that being said, you know, when we talk about that integration, certainly one of the challenge I think everyone's facing, and Max Marilyn brought this up, is, you know, right now we're also a bit at our infancy on our kind of Class 6 wells, right? And we're lucky to have a partner who's going to talk tomorrow, Frontier Carbon Solutions, who's building out wells in Wyoming. But, you know, the whole, I would say, ecosystems is a bit stuck of, do we chase the wells or do we chase the energy? Because right now, where the wells are being built isn't really that close to transmission lines where the energy is going to come from. So as we talk to Rocky Mountain Power, who has been really supportive for us in Wyoming, it's like, you know, would we rather be closer to the transmission line and build some pipeline with Frontier Carbon Solutions, or are we better off building less pipeline and building more transmission lines? And if we're going to build more transmission lines, where do we sit in Rocky Mountain Power's queue? Is that a 2-year process? Is it a 3-year process? So these are really complex infrastructure conversations that, you know, I think really need to be being held at even a more strategic level. So I would say still generally at utilities, when we're talking to them like we're any other customer, that, you know, we're any other kind of producer who needs electricity, but we're really doing something more strategic, something that we hope to grow a lot larger, that we hope supports the state's decarbonization goals. And so I think we really need to be at kind of the senior levels with sustainability directors at these utilities, with the public utility commissions, with the state energy offices, being like, okay, we've all decided this is really important. So let's all kind of put our heads together and kind of figure out how to kind of solve these big macro issues. Because it's really expensive.
So I'd say 3 big issues with integrating renewables and DAC. You hit on siting. You know, you've got to have the geology, so you've got a place to put the CO2, you've got to have the energy, you've got to have the space. So that's 1. 2 is intermittency. So these are big capital investments in terms of contactors. So to compare, if you're capturing the carbon dioxide from natural gas-fired power plants, say, where you get 5% CO2, versus from the atmosphere, you got to process 100 times more gas to get the same ton of CO2 out of the air as you would at those other places. So big contactors, we're moving a lot of air, and that means lots of steel, lots of material, and so CapEx is important. And that means that when you start to play with capacity factor, you'd really like to be able to say, well, it's okay if my direct air capture contactor only operates 50% of the time, 25% of the time, something like that. But the cost really starts to go up when you decrease capacity factor. So intermittency and figuring out how you optimize the integration of DAC with renewables, that's critical. So, and then the last thing is, and this is not a problem for all of the technologies that are available in DAC, but some of these technologies require really high temperature heat. And renewables tend to create electricity, which is good at making moderate temperature heat, but not so great at, it's not impossible to do it, but it's not nearly as developed to create blast furnace level heat out of renewables. And so developing that technology and driving it forward, these are some of the things that I think we'll be working on over the next several years.
And I would just say to David's point on the intermittency, you know, our models show intermittency to be really difficult from us because of the CapEx requirements, which is why we're looking at grid connections. So certainly, you know, I do think that the future of direct air capture could have behind the meter generation, but with that, at least in, you know, well, with that, regardless, at any time, comes energy storage, and the costs and complexities of that are really difficult. So right now, we've made the decision that the better option is to be grid connected and deal with decarbonizing our LCA through bundled RECs or purchase power agreements, because we think that's the most practical solution, probably that even gets us through 2030. When we've talked to renewable project developers, and as I said, I kind of highlighted, even getting on something like Rocky Mountain Power's list to build out a substation or build out transmission lines, we're talking about 3 or 4 years. When I talk to renewable power developers, we're talking like 6 or 7 years before they'll commit to building out a renewable kind of power opportunity for us. And part of that is, they just plan out their projects many years in advance. So how do you make the timeline work? As you said, they're not necessarily committed to building out close to geological sequestration. So those things all kind of make that solution kind of really challenging for us right now. I do know, and just wanted to kind of throw out that we are really supportive of kind of all of the above energy, as I've said. In my mind, the future of DAC, and this is probably 2035 and beyond, is DAC and nuclear. That's really the type of energy that we need to do the things that we need to do to get to, terawatts of capacity and billions of tons of DAC. But we have to get somewhere first and show that these plants can be profitable and these plants can work at kind of a, megaton stage or so before we can kind of get to that point. But that point will be here before we know it, right? 2035 is going to come pretty quickly.
Maybe just a quick follow-up on the question about intermittency. It sounds like it's potentially a dual challenge of both the capacity factor, you want to run it as much as you can to get the most out of your investment, but are there technical trade-offs to ramping up and down from a performance perspective? And are there pathways for reducing those, or is it just something that's baked in?
I could say we have looked at it, right? And we can switch it off, right? So there might be scenarios, even when we're on a utility grid, where there is, if you think about California and what's happened over the past year, there are times when the California grid says, hey, everybody needs to turn off everything they can. So if there's something that's being planned and there is a major event, we can certainly shut down the system. It's not like kind of a nuclear power plant or even some types of coal-fired power plants where turning things down and turning them back on have a very long lead times. So I would say it's probably really more around kind of the capital costs and whether or not it makes sense for us to be turning things down. Now, if we were to try to turn it, do it intermittently, I'm turning it off, I'm turning it on, I'm turning it off, I'm turning it off. I think that my technical team would also say, that's probably not feasible, Patricia. There's probably some design elements that we have not accounted for that type of intermittency. But obviously, there's always going to be maintenance on systems. So systems are made to be turned off on occasion, but not really intermittently.
So, and I think your experience is very typical of what I've heard from DAC technology developers out there. So there's a couple of different things we're integrating potentially with DAC, right? Maybe it's renewables, but maybe it's also waste heat from, say, a foundry or a refinery, someplace where you've got heat available that you're not necessarily using all of. You can do integration with that as well. But you have variable availability of that heat depending on what's going on, time of day, time of year, all of that sort of thing. And that leads you to having to slow down or ramp up or shut off maybe entirely your systems periodically. And we are critically short right now in the DAC area with operability data. So nobody's got thousands and thousands of hours of testing where they say, yeah, we had to turn it off and turn it back on, and that was the impact, and this is the overall life cycle change when we have to do that. So one of the things that we're trying to do right now is figure out how we get that data, and one of the ways we're doing that is at the DAC Center, we have the capability of siting a shipping container size skid with one of these DAC systems on it, controlling the climate of that. So you can be like you're in Michigan, it can be like you're in Southern California. We'll give you exactly the climate, but we can also integrate that with this availability piece, and we'll allow people to test their DAC skids in such a way that, okay, they can find out if I have 1,000 hours at this level of intermittency, this is what I can get in terms of the impact on performance and in terms of the impact on lifetime of some of these systems.
Thanks, that's really interesting. I know we need to get to audience questions, but I just want to give one last opportunity to come back to this idea of the role of states and utilities in potentially supporting higher level strategic planning around the capacity needs or clean energy needs for DAC. What would you say utilities should be thinking about or doing in order to better incorporate the needs of DAC projects into their planning?
Well, I think utilities are already under a lot of pressure to think about decarbonization, right? And already you're seeing states who have put renewable portfolio standards, and that's somewhat old term now, or kind of old school, or clean energy portfolio standards. But they're also putting like performance board regulations, right? So saying you have to do a number of things. Your goal isn't just to make a profit, it's to do a number of things to support the community. And some of that has to do with reliability. Some of that has to do with how you maintain, cost, because obviously we all know that there's no consumer anywhere who wants to be paying more for electricity, even if they care really heavily about the environment. And there's also no consumer anywhere who wants to think their electricity is going to go out, even if they care heavily about the environment. So those are all things that PUCs can put on utilities. I do think PUCs need to think about how you put on utilities these issues around decarbonization, both on point source and direct air capture. Certainly, there are rates that utilities charge to whether it be low-income customers or wholesale, et cetera, and some of those come from state regulations. So thinking creatively how to make it feasible for utilities to work with us, because they're obviously all businesses and they have shareholders that they need to respond to. But some of these regulations allow them to do these maybe innovative things around kind of pricing and integration with projects like this. And I think it's that type of creative thinking that we really need if we want to solve these problems around energy and DAC.
Yeah. And I'm the engineer, so on this one, I'm just going to nod and smile. And
Yeah, I know. Thanks, David. All right. Well, I think we'll open it up to audience questions. And
if you have a question, please raise your hand and state your name when you get a microphone.
Thank you. Devin McGreal. So I work for, I'll admit here, kind of a dirty word, a natural gas only utility. So, but I also work specifically in renewables, which I understand for a lot of people is kind of oxymoronic in itself. But it triggers an interesting question that I'm curious to get your thoughts on. Is a lot of the renewable natural gas projects that we work in, landfills probably typically the most common one, they go through GREET models, negative CI scores. Do you think, and I have tough skin, if the answer is no, we would never even go that route, completely understand. But just thinking about it from an economics, obviously there's the heat advantageous to using natural gas versus electricity, especially if it is cogen. Is there ever a consideration to say whether through direct sourcing from those projects or even similar to RECs, there's the RTCs in our world, purchasing some kind of RTCs, is there ever a consideration to go that path, or is it just that's such a verboten world that we just can't go into it?
I would say from our perspective, there is nothing off the table. These are huge projects that have huge challenges and require, innovative solutions. What we've heard from our customers and why we focused on utilities and what I say bundled RECs is we want to show that we are working with the utilities to bring on additional clean energy or help decarbonize their grid rather than bring on a lot of emissions from outside sources and then go the traditional renewable energy credits, because we're not demonstrating progression with the grids that we're on. So I would say that would be the challenge with something like that. But as relates to what our customers expect from us today is they expect for us to essentially account for all the emissions that are used from our activities and then to get a purchase power agreement or a bundled REC with that grid and demonstrate how we are supporting the additionality of clean energy on that grid. So, that's that's really what we think is the most practical approach for us moving forward. Now, at the same time, how we talk about additionality is we actually do have an energy RFP that's coming out where we'll ask renewable energy developers, hey, are you interested in developing in Wyoming? Could we bring you in? And maybe there's at some point where we do have some amount of behind the meter renewables and some amount of utility integration because we've developed this kind of hybrid approach. But, you know, again, right now I think that it's going to be in kind of an all of the above approach with a lot of supportive partners who really want to see this succeed, right? If you're just in it to kind of make money as a renewable energy developer, then probably DAC isn't the pathway for you because it's a little bit hard, right? So it has to be people who are really committed to the efforts.
I'd say a lot of pathways have been looked at using biogas and integration with natural gas and those sorts of things. At the end of the day, what really matters is what the overall cost per ton of CO2 captured from the atmosphere is and what the actual net reduction in CO2 in the atmosphere looks like. So if there are pathways that make sense there, then yeah, those need to be looked at as well.
And I'll just throw out one other thing about kind of Wyoming and how we're looking at it. You know, if anyone's been following Project Bison, you know, we've been looking at Sweetwater and we continue to be committed to Sweetwater. But obviously Wyoming has a lot of great geology. They have a lot of energy projects going throughout the state. So there certainly is a pathway where even for the DAC hub, we're mixing up things with Sweetwater with things going up in Powder River Basin. It's really working, as we talked about, kind of, or as Max talked about, with the community even on siting, right? Does it make sense to have all this activity in one part of the state, or does it make sense to have energy projects and sequestration projects and kind of building going on in multiple parts of the state? You know, those are all things that we are still working on. So, you know, this concept of kind of energy is still an evolving concept in the state of Wyoming.
Yes, this is Maury Wolfson again. I'm responding to the question that was asked about the involvement of public utilities commissions, for example, to provide some kind of incentive for carbon dioxide removal. And I want to draw your attention to what happened in the state of Wyoming, because there was a piece of legislation that passed 2 years ago in Wyoming that basically mandated that the utilities must provide an incentive, that the PUC must provide an incentive for the utilities to do carbon dioxide removal. Well, two major utilities in Wyoming, one is Pacific Corp and the other one is Black Hills Energy, they came up with a study as to what the impact would be on residential ratepayers if this law, which is a statute in Wyoming, actually was implemented. And it came in at $25 per month for the typical residential customer to pay for the benefit of having CDR in Wyoming. I thought I would put that out as information and ask if you're aware of that, and if so, what your thoughts are on it.
I don't believe that's accurate. I think you're referring to some work that the Energy Office did around CCS on point source. Right, but I think it had to do with CCS on point source, so on coal-fired plants and natural gas-fired plants, not carbon dioxide removal. And so, yeah, I can't really speak more to it on that other than saying that it wasn't related to CDR, it was related to point source carbon capture.
Hi, I'm Jack Theroff with Net Power. I've been coming from the past 12 years working on wind and solar projects. And so I had a question about additionality and asking if you're looking at locations where there's high curtailment of existing renewables, particularly in parts of like western Kansas, SPP, is kind of the equivalent to what we heard earlier where there's flaring of methane because there's no way to get it out. There's a huge amount of renewable energy they can't get out from places that are transmission constrained Are those areas that could work for DAC, or is there an additionality requirement where that wouldn't work out? You wouldn't be able to make the environmental claim that you were using carbon-free or low-carbon electricity?
I think those are locations that will work for DAC. Again, I think that the questions on exactly how we're looking at additionality haven't been fully framed yet. And so that idea of where renewable energy is getting curtailed certainly is of interest to us. I think in the short term, again, what's been driving us, as we talked about, is where Class 6 wells are developing. So we certainly are monitoring and being supportive of other projects where Class 6 wells may be in some of those regions. So some of those opportunities have been brought up to us, but certainly we're open to any other kind of opportunities like that that could be brought up to us that could give us opportunities to look at additional sites as well.
And I just to almost a follow-up to that, I think there's two aspects of additionality, right? When we think about carbon removal, it's the additionality of the carbon removal itself and the additionality of the clean energy. And at least from a regulatory perspective right now, because this is still a really nascent field, there are no strict additionality requirements for clean energy for DAC, unlike what's developing around the 45V tax credit, for example, for clean hydrogen. So that could change in the future, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on that in terms of how that influences your thinking, looking at the additionality of, or looking at curtailed energy.
Yeah, I would say not necessarily. I mean, certainly we're monitoring 45V, and the European Union is doing a lot to look at CDR, as you know, and think about energy. And it seems like everyone's a little bit more focused on hydrogen now, and so we get maybe a little bit more of a pass, and I think that's right. I mean, DAC is certainly a bit more nascent in terms of TRL levels from hydrogen. I mean, making hydrogen, it's obviously still not commercial that we're seeing it, but in terms of the TRL level, steam methane reforming or electrolyzers are pretty high TRL level technologies. It's just a matter of kind of getting them happening in the scale that we need. So yeah, I mean, I would say we certainly look at that, and we certainly try to stay engaged from a policy perspective. And our goal is to show policymakers that we're really trying to be proactive on how we look at energy and how we think about additionality of energy and clean energy, hopefully so that the regulatory requirements that may come out of the federal government don't put even, I would say, a bigger weight on our chest in terms of getting these first projects done. Because there's already a big weight on our chest. So these aren't easy things. We don't need more hurdles to overcome.
Yeah, you're rolling the boulder uphill for
Yeah.
sure. All right, well, let's say thanks to our panelists, and thank you for your attention.
Gonna take a quick 10-minute break here and then come back for our last roundtable. All right. At WGA's annual meeting in Boulder last year, Governor Polis and Governor Gordon signed a memorandum of understanding committing their states to work together to advance direct air capture solutions. Capitalizing on unique resources and assets of each state can help advance these technologies at a regional scale. Other approaches, such as DAC hubs, can help maximize community benefits and leverage local and regional expertise. Our final roundtable today will explore collaborative approaches to developing carbon removal, highlighting how Western states are in a unique position to advance this technology. To moderate this final session, it is my pleasure to welcome back Governor of Wyoming, the Honorable Mark Gordon.
Thank you, Abby, and thank you all for being here today. I think it's a mark of a successful conference when people are having side conversations, having a hard time coming back into a room and sitting down. And so really what these are intended to do is to spur that kind of conversation and get people thinking. And boy, I got to tell you, the last couple of panels that we've heard have got my mind thinking. And this panel actually will probably bring all of that to, I just admitted to them, I have no idea where we're going to go. But I think that's really a mark of how exciting this time is when you think about the problem that we've set out, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the solutions that we apparently have or in developing, the opportunity set that we can develop that with, and what are the constraints that we look at it. And so if my worry has been that we are so binary in how we look at these things that this panel probably can open up that conversation to talk about where are the cogeneration opportunities, where are the low-hanging fruits that can be picked that really just make sense. And so because these people are much wiser than I am now going to turn this over to Matt to elucidate you all.
I'll give it a shot. So, yeah, I'm Matt Fry. I'm a senior policy manager with the Great Plains Institute. I'll start off with our mission, and it's because we're kind of required to do this, but yeah, we're a small nonprofit organization based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're not as small as we used to be. It used to be 6 people, and now I think we're about 45 people. Our mission essentially is to work on things to decarbonize the economy through policy and technology. I do not live in Minneapolis. I actually live in Wyoming. I've been in Wyoming about 20 years. I worked for the state for 18 years, and I've been with GPI for about 2.5. I've got a history of working on natural resources, energy, and carbon management, and I still work on natural resources, energy, and carbon management. So at GPI, we tend to use analysis to help build out our initiatives, use a lot of information based on data just to kind of move forward our policy and our technology initiatives. I'm going to follow the model of using our analysis and using a lot of pictures, describe some opportunities to actually figure out how you may best develop relationships and where you may consider building out these carbon management projects, kind of in the sense of why we're here to talk about this particular panel. So the particular analysis I'll talk about is one that we did a few years ago on carbon and hydrogen hubs. We did this because the federal government provided about $12 billion in incentives to build out carbon and hydrogen hubs. So we used a series of geospatial data to figure out where they may make sense to build out. This first slide, like I mentioned, we use a lot of pictures at GPI to make things easily consumable. I would say this slide is not easily consumable, but what it essentially means is, there's opportunities to utilize the hub structure to build out projects that reduce capital requirements, improve environmental quality issues, and just kind of make the project build out in a more efficient way. So for the conversation today, we're talking about decarbonization. If you're doing that, you're looking at how to reduce your emission profile, make things less carbon intensive as they go out the stack. So if you're looking where to site a project, the first criteria you may look at is where your emission sources are. We tend to look at emission sources that qualify for the 45Q tax credit just because those are going to be the first movers. There's actually a cash incentive to capture that CO2 and to store it permanently in the ground ground. And just so folks know, those circles there are where we're going to end up. So you can kind of keep that in the back of your mind as I move through this. Once you figure out where potential opportunities for capture are, the next thing that makes a lot of sense to look at is where your geologic formations are. I think no matter which analysis you look at, we're going to have to capture and store a lot of CO2 if we're going to meet our climate objectives, like in the millions and billions of tons of CO2. So if you can actually site your project, no matter whether it be, post-combustion, retrofits, DAC, or if you're looking at opportunities for fuel switching, no matter what you do, if you develop that project in a location that's close to amenable geology, you may save yourself some heartache because it's really hard to build pipelines right now. I included this slide just because we're talking about decarbonization. If you want to look at opportunities for, as I mentioned before, fuel switching, we look at where existing hydrogen and ammonia production are now. There's also some pretty low-hanging fruit for CO2 capture associated with these facilities. This is a busy slide, but I think it's pretty important. As the last panel talked about, low carbon. I hate zero carbon, so I'm going to say low carbon intensity electricity is pretty important as we develop these DAC and low carbon intensity projects. So that makes a pretty high, it's pretty important when folks are looking at opportunities and locations for siting. I'll talk now a little bit about linear infrastructure. So we've got a 2+ million miles of pipeline infrastructure across the country today. Natural gas, crude oil, CO2 pipelines. There's two ways to look at the opportunities to co-locate along with these existing pipelines. First is there's existing right-of-way. So what you see is there's already a disturbance on the landscape. So if you utilize that existing disturbance, you could potentially build out a project with a lesser environmental impact. On the other end of the spectrum, there's opportunities to use existing pipeline infrastructure, maybe for a low PSI CO2 transport or for a low concentration blending of hydrogen and natural gas pipelines. So another thing to consider when you're looking at opportunities to work together on things. I promise I'm getting close. And then the last couple of slides we'll look at is multimodal transportation. I don't think that multimodal makes a lot of sense from an economy of scale perspective when you're looking at CO2 transport or if you're looking at hydrogen transport. But when you're looking at opportunities to bring materials in to actually build these projects, it makes a lot of sense to consider these forms of transportation. So here we look at where the existing railroad distribution are, as well as the existing truck and barge locations. So those are the interstate highways. Not a lot of barge traffic here in the West, but in places where they do exist, they're pretty important. And as I said, those circles were where we came out on the long run. So we're sitting right in the center of an opportunity for a pretty good hub based on all of those physical criteria that we just described. So that's just kind of the opening I wanted to make today to kind of figure out how we may talk more about these opportunities for siting.
Okay, thank you. Maybe a shift to the discussion. That was very informative. Thank you, Matt. I'm Nusha Jami. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Research at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, Earth and Environmental Sciences area. We are one of the Department of Energy's national labs, and we work, our area, the Earth and Environmental Sciences area, have been working on carbon capture and sequestration and everything geosciences for many, many years. So we have a lot of expertise in-house. This specific project I want to talk to you about is the Direct Air Capture Hub that we got funded through the Department of Energy this past August. We won this. This is mostly feasibility studies, so I'm going to just walk you through it because it's a little bit unique and different. And since we are talking about partnerships, I'm just going to touch on that. Let's see if this is going to move. Oh, here we go. Okay. I mean, we have already talked about this, but I wanted to just highlight the importance of it. We obviously decarbonizing the West, we require capturing carbon and removal at gigaton scale, and a lot of that needs to happen in addition to, we have to capture carbon in addition to transitioning to renewable energy and sort of reducing our emissions at the same time. And a lot of that, after being captured, what are we going to do with the gigaton of, okay, no worries, I can handle this. Okay, so when we capture it, then question is what we would do with it. We had the conversation this morning and in the previous panel about, we can obviously use that, use the CO2 in products and different material, or we can sequester it, which is another way of reducing it. Now, we have been talking to a lot of communities throughout the past year or two and trying to understand why people are concerned about decarbonization and different modes of decarbonization, especially direct air capture or carbon capture and sequestration, and trying to see if there are some scientific questions or inquiries that we need to actually do to make sure whatever we do ends up being done right and doesn't have a lot of unintended consequences. Then 50 years from now, we'll sit down and say, you remember we were talking about that thing? We should have thought about this. So obviously, technologically, we're quite advanced. We can do a lot of these things, but the question is where, how, and what are the different guardrails that we need to put in place to make sure it's done right. The question, obviously, the air quality is one of them. We had a conversation this morning, pipeline rupture and the potential cause of that or the health effects of that. A lot of discussions around groundwater. I know we are in a room full of people who are talking about potentially sequestering carbon, but remember, in the rooms that people talk about water, and I'm a water expert, so I tell you, like, we sit in a lot of rooms and we talk about how that fossil groundwater that's down, thousands and thousands of miles below ground can be used as a source. So we are double counting a lot of these things, and also the question of earthquake and potentially if the injection can cause earthquake. The Outdoor Air Capture Hub is unique because we actually started from the community piece of it. We were really interested to see if we bring communities in to the table, have conversations with them, understand their concerns, can we actually build this feasibility study, not just around the technical concerns we all have, but also social concerns that exist. And in addition to that, the question of who's going to own all this infrastructure that comes in, how it's going to be operated, who's going to gather the data, who is responsible to make sure this data gathering and analysis is done right, and basically making sure that we are doing this in a right way. It's basically a connected hub. We have a number of DAC companies that are working with us on this proposal. We have solar companies, heat company. We have a carbon mineralization unit that's going to work with us. I'm going to talk about all these partnerships. But the most important thing is everybody who's involved in this project knew this is going to be a community-focused effort, knew that they are going to be, we will need to have community support if this project gets done, and they still stayed and wanted to see how we can move this forward. The project basically will have we're going to establish a community oversight council that's going to oversee some of the decision-making process criteria that are used in life cycle analysis or their environmental impacts. We are going to look, as I said, into the ownership model. What kind of business model do we need? What are the revenue pathways? Who needs to own what? What kind of public-private partnerships need to be put in place to make sure this done right? And also, if the jobs are created, who's going to benefit from those jobs? Are these going to be jobs that the local community can get involved in? Can we train them to make sure they can actually have a job in the air capture companies or other startups that are coming to the local community? Or is it going to be mostly construction jobs? So, sustainable good jobs and skilled workforce was very important, and it's more important for communities as well. Just to show you how this is going to work, we have a team that's working on the technical side of this. the direct air capture piece of it, potential sequestration, and how all these pieces are going to connect to each other, and what kind of energy source we are going to use. And we have another team of community experts that are telling us what their questions are, what do we need to consider, what are the value systems they want us to incorporate, and also ownership, permitting, and all those pieces. And these two are not going to happen in vacuum. They're not, while they're happening in parallel, they constantly talk to one another. So whatever we do in the community piece is going to inform the technical analysis, and whatever we do in the technical analysis will have a feedback loop to the community. And the oversight committee would be part of the kind of trying to kind of build this vision and making sure we have the right monitoring, reporting, and verification set up, and what kind of transparency we need to put in place. This is a feasibility study, so we're not going to build a DAC up now, but by the end of this, if we have done this right, we'll have a very, hopefully, a community-driven and community-informed project that then can go into the design phase, and potentially we can build it. Just the last slide, these are the groups that are involved in this project. We, the Lawrence Berkeley Lab, and Berkeley Law, UC Berkeley is leading this effort. The Center for Law, Energy, and the Environment at UC Berkeley is a co-lead. They're basically leading. We are the co-lead. And then, as I said, we have a few companies that are helping us for the analysis, design, environmental impact. We have community groups, and also we have technology providers, a broad range of them that are working with us. And with that, I am going to hand it off to Ken.
Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me? Perfect. Okay, there it is. So just very quickly, wanted to, by the way, it'll feel like a bit of a change of pace. I'm here to talk a little bit, kind of be the DAC voice on the panel this afternoon. I've heard a lot about DAC so far today. I'm going to hopefully bring a little bit of a different perspective, although a lot of my talking points, quite honestly, have been taken already, but just keep that in mind. I wanted to start with a little bit of an introduction of myself, obviously, but also of who Global Thermostat is. So I've just recently joined Global Thermostat, just really in the last 6 months, so I'm really on the steep part of the learning curve in terms of the CCS industry and DAC in particular. I spent the first 20 plus years of my career with a company called Air Liquide, so industrial gases company focused on gas separation technology. Essentially, spent a lot of time commercializing different aspects of what we do, or what we did, as I should say, in Air Liquide, both greenfield, brownfield type projects, working with a lot of different stakeholders, obviously collaborating with a lot of partners, building multi-million-dollar projects. So fits very well with kind of the mission, if you will, that I have at Global Thermostat, and the mission that we, I think, have collectively in terms of bringing DAC forward and really kind of building that industry that we've been talking about. I'll kind of segue over to a little bit of a presentation about Global Thermostat. So I'll start from the beginning. I'll try and move through it rather quickly. So we were one of the first, I say one of the early entrants into the DAC industry, or into the DAC space, right? Founded in 2010, really focused on the chemistry. We use also a temperature vacuum swing adsorption system, focused on solid sorbents and contactors. I'd say our business model and perhaps our configuration is a little bit different than what we've talked about earlier today, and we'll talk through that a little bit. But in general, focus really on the chemistry. We have a number of pilot plants, R&D efforts. We've participated in a number of DOE projects. In fact, one that will be shipping out to Hawaii soon to feed CO2 to algae plants, or to algae ponds, I should say. So again, lots of different applications out there for what we do, right? Nice, a lot of intellectual property, protected with a nice patent portfolio. We don't rest on our laurels. We're always continuing to try and drive, we've talked a lot about material science and amine and sorbent chemistry. We're always focused on trying to drive all of those things forward, right, for the betterment of the industry overall. I'll speak quickly about the 5 key drivers of DAC. Again, we've talked a lot about DAC today, so I don't want to spend a ton of time on it, but I'll speak more from a Global Thermostat perspective in terms of how we manage these components. So as we've talked about, CO2 is very dilute in air, right? 421 parts per million. We have to move a lot of air to get any real recovery of any significant volume of CO2, right? So at Global Thermostat, the way we handle that is again, air movement system using large, proven industrial high-efficiency fans, pretty much what you would see in a cooling tower or in any industrial facility anywhere in the world. And we move that air through ultra high surface area contactors. We use kind of a unique sorbent chemistry, a amine-based chemistry to capture that CO2 selectively into the contactors as that air passes through. And then we move that into a regeneration phase, if you will. So to desorb the CO2 from those contactor panels where it's collected, sent downstream to either sequestration or utilization application. So there's lots of different ways we can do that. What we kind of pride ourselves on is kind of the physical embodiment of what we've built, right? So it's not just the contactors, the chemistry, it's really the way that we've put this moving absorbent bed system together to really make the capital efficient system that DAC needs to be low cost and scalable, right? We optimize energy. The regeneration is low temperature steam. It's not a high temperature. We can utilize a lot of waste heat in different industrial systems to generate that steam and that temperature needed to free that CO2 for use, right? So again, those are just some elements, but at the end of the day, ultimately what we're trying to create and what we need to drive this industry forward is an inherently scalable platform, right? So we have a couple of different embodiments that we've created. One's our T-Series, more of a tonnage, 10 tons per year nominally type system, like the one going to Hawaii that I mentioned. The K-Series, which is more 1,000 tons per year. The picture that you see on the screen is actually a system that we have operational right now. Over the last year, we had a ribbon cutting on it last year. Governor Polis joined us for that ceremony, along with a lot of other dignitaries in industry and academics. And then we have this M-Series, which is more megaton, gigaton scale. It's really the industrial climate scale solution that we're all driving towards. Each one of these shares the same contactor basic, the same sorbent chemistry and everything else. So that science, if you will, translates very easily from one phase to the next. And again, ultimately, where we're driving toward are these large, megaton, gigaton type installations, and that's what we've been talking a lot about here today, and probably going to be the premise of most of our discussion in this panel. We see the commercial tipping point for DAC being sooner than later, right? More 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 years versus 10 years plus, which is, again, there's a lot of differing thoughts on that. Our business model is an original equipment manufacturer. We want to supply the best DAC technology into the marketplace, into that decarbonization ecosystem. We want to be a part of the value chain. We're not going to necessarily be the one to own and operate a system or work with the CDR credits or really be involved in that way. We'll work with sequestration partners and owner operators and developers, but at the end of the day, we want to be the best provider of DAC technology into the marketplace, which is really what happened in the solar industry back in the kind of early 2000s in terms of finding the best technology, promoting it, and then moving the industry forward. And that's what we want to replicate here. This is our leadership team. Paul Nahi joined us about a year ago as our CEO. He comes from the solar industry, so maybe it's not a surprise that we're trying to kind of capture that same approach within the DAC industry. And I'll close on this slide. This is a facility that we have operational here just outside of Denver. The one that I mentioned earlier, the one where we have our 1,000 ton per year unit operating for about the last year or so. More than happy to welcome folks that want to come out and take a look at it, kick the tires on our technology, talk to our team. But within a 2-acre facility, we're able to take microgram all the way up to kiloton technology and test it and rapidly move it through that progression to get it to the market. So again, that's what we're all about trying to do, and I'll stop it there so we can get to the rest of the panel.
Well, thank you, Kevin. That's really the first picture I've ever seen of Governor Polis with a tie on, so I have to say that's wonderful to see, and how you got him there is amazing. I think what we've described here is really an interesting framework, and I want to just kind of explore a little bit how collaborative initiatives can impact technological innovation, and how can that be deployed within Western states, and what the policy framework that really could help facilitate that kind of work. Governor Polis and I signed an agreement, and we've also worked between Utah and New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming on a hydrogen hub. These are initial steps. And I guess I'm trying to figure out how we can make that open up more. So. pretty much anyone who wants to do it. Nusha, do you want to?
Sure. Look, I think we talked about this earlier too. This is not a technological problem. Obviously, we can improve our technologies and do more. But it is definitely a regulatory and policy need or gap that exists that we need to do. You need to sort of put it together before we start having a successful industry. And also a safe industry, right? Because right now, communities, obviously, when you talk to them, they sort of, you can tell them this is the technology, this is what it does. They can ask you questions, but they don't know who's in charge, who makes sure that you gather the right data, you have the right guardrails in place. You actually earlier mentioned about underground storage. Who owns the underground storage? How do you manage this pore space? What are the different criteria we need to put in place to make sure if people start sequestering, we don't put too much pressure? I mean, we, again, have the knowledge. We just need to make sure there are boundaries set to make sure this is done right. And I think definitely policy and governance innovation, it needs to move hand in hand as we are deploying these technologies. And I think that's when then you start having more financial security maybe come, or money flowing in, because there is a little bit more confidence in, okay, we know the technology, there are policies, and now we can put our money into this and get the right outcome we want. So I think, again, one last thing I would say also, we also need to be much more transparent. I think this is a new technology. Now we can do all sort of data gathering, right? So we have all sort of technologies that can gather data at every part of this process. And we actually have to make sure we leverage those and take advantage of them to make sure we have the good monitoring, reporting, and verification system set up that's transparent and makes sure people and can create confidence in the process. So.
Thank you, Nusha. Matt?
Yeah, I would just add that, like the policy challenges, those are things that you can't model. So when you look at the slides that I presented and the pictures that I presented, those are the physical criteria. So that's kind of where you start when you look at these to begin these collaborations. But the policy, in my opinion, probably because I'm a policy wonk, but the policy is really where the rubber hits the road. So when you look at, for instance, the MOU between Wyoming and Colorado, Wyoming is just honestly ahead a bit in the policy game. We have a legal framework in place that allows for storage of carbon. We have Class 6 primacy, all things that Colorado aspires to and is moving towards. They're just not there yet. So I guess the collaboration between the two states makes a lot of sense because one state can utilize the strengths of the other, and conversely, I mean, Colorado has a lot more emission sources than we have in Wyoming, so we can help facilitate some of those challenges for Colorado. So I think the policy perspectives, those legislative frameworks, that's where you really need to dig deep and figure out who your neighbors are and how you can help one another to build out these projects in a more efficient and effective manner.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, I'll weigh in on it as well, but not so much from a policy perspective. I think as the resident sales guy on the panel here, I'll probably speak about it from a different perspective. No, I think in terms of, regional collaboration and ways that, we can kind of work together to drive things forward, right? I think what regional bodies are really good at in terms of being able to do is, kind of swarm internal resources together, right? There's just a lot more available, especially if you talk about cross-state collaboration and having a bigger group of talent to draw on, right? Just to create those support teams, also able to attract external resources as well in terms of talent, in terms of commercial interest, and really kind of physical resources that might be available. Sharing best practices across teams in terms of what's worked, what hasn't worked, what are we doing over here that's different than maybe how you guys would approach it from a different perspective, or having different resources available. Again, in developing policies, incentives, grants, tax credits, those are all things that I think, again, we've talked a lot about DAC, especially being in kind of a nascent space in terms of an industry, and those are the things that can help I say it all the time, but kind of help get that flywheel, that business flywheel spinning, because once it starts to spin and once it starts to get its own momentum, it can move forward on its own, right? It just needs the structure, probably needs some of the support to make that happen in the early days of what we're doing. And I think if we look at collaborating across states, I think there's just a lot of resources that could be pulled together to make that happen.
Yeah, and it is interesting to me as I think about it. I don't want to take us off too far, but that policy framework is so important. We have a multi-state agreement on rate setting and the challenges, and of course, some of us in the West rankle at California's leadership on some of these issues. Maury brought up Wyoming's leadership, which was to say that we have a number of coal plants that are reaching near end of life. They're being depreciated. We have a lot of renewables that are coming online. They cost money. That requires a lot of grid infrastructure that we don't usually put into the cost of what that development. We talk about it as clean energy, but without all the attendant costs that come there. And so really thinking about all of this in terms of marginal cost is something that I wish that PUCs could do a little bit more, because PSCs, in our case PUCs, generally think about how do we tamp down rate increases for the points Patricia made. Nobody wants to spend more money, but they also want to see regular power. They want to be confident about that. And yet all of these things come with a cost. And somehow in that national narrative, we don't talk about that. We talk about clean energy versus dirty energy, and it's almost this binary notion. And I think if we're going to move forward, we're going to have to build that framework across states. Sorry to do that to you, Matt, but here we go.
Well, I'll just say I agree 100%. I think the answer's magic. I don't know that we've come up with that, but I mean, honestly, there is no great answer, particularly when we start looking at social pushback and real challenges associated with personal beliefs, and people get emotional about these sorts of things. So, I mean, those are costs that we have to consider as well as we dig into this sort of thing. I think honestly, let me say this. I think we're not having honest conversations broadly about how to decarbonize, just because the things that you mentioned now, they're really hard. People have niches of their favorite technology and their favorite policies. So just blatantly honest, I think that these are things that need to be discussed more up front and more honestly, because we have a lot of work to do and a lot of projects to build. And until we get beyond these conversations and these non-conversations, we're going to really struggle to meet your climate objectives, Colorado's climate objectives, and the national climate objectives.
And Kevin, because Nusha was writing lots of things down, I'm going to turn to you. That way she can.
Sure. Yeah, so she can keep writing. I think it's important if we break it into kind of near-term and long-term focus, right? I think we've all talked about, again, and I'm speaking from a DAC perspective, DAC projects are, with life expectancies, just like any industrial facility is, 20, 25, 30 years or whatever that might be. Again, with continued improvement as we move forward in terms of technology. So I think it's important that we put the near-term policies and regulations in place that help spur the industry forward, but we also keep in mind that these are long-term investments. They need incentives that reflect that, because again, if we have support short-term that carries an investment horizon out to 10, 15 years, well, that's great, but people are making investments on a much longer term basis, and so they need that, again, that security, that risk mitigation that comes with, having a little bit of a little bit more support, at least, again, short term, while we get this industry kind of off the ground. And I think that's an important piece of it.
Okay, I was writing things down. I think a couple of things I want to say. One is, decarbonization pathways can be very different from location to location, right? Each one of our states has resources that we can rely on, and is short in other things that we would love to have but don't have. I think decarbonization portfolio for California might look very different from Wyoming, and Wyoming's may look very different from Colorado. And I think we should acknowledge that we don't need to kind of homogenize this across the board, and we all don't need to do the same exact thing. So making sure we have national policies that incentivizes that diversity of approaches is quite important. That is one thing I wanted to touch on. The second thing is, you and I had this conversation a little bit outside. I think we have a chance to do a lot of things again at this point in time. And some of that means that we can take advantage of the synergies that exist across the board rather than creating more linear systems. Then in 50 years from now, they're going to fall apart and we have to do it again. Linear systems are very resource intensive and they're not very efficient. We have this conversation a little bit like in a second panel about how somebody's waste can be somebody else's resource. And we should actually focus on that a little bit more when we are talking about DAC or other renewable, other decarbonization pathways or other carbon capture solutions that exist. For example, I'll give you an example. There is a DAC hub we are working with as part of our portfolio that Capture 6, that they actually use wastewater as their solvent to capture carbon, and the water gets treated along the way as they capture carbon. I think that's like fantastic in many ways because you are kind of like taking somebody's waste, turning it into a resource, and also generating resource after that. So focusing on policies that can incentivize synergies, I think it's extremely important as part of this as we decarbonize. Now, that goes then down to the conversation, the point you brought up, Governor, about infrastructure investment and the rates. The more we, again, going back to synergies and portfolios, the more we focus on synergies, the cost of infrastructure comes down, the revenue streams are going to be diversified a lot more. We will have more opportunities to do multiple things rather than one single thing. And we certainly, in this time and age we are living, we need to kind of focus on multi-benefit solutions rather than singular benefit solutions. So, the last thing I would say is going back to that portfolio strategy. I think we need to remember decarbonization pathways are not going to be all technological. We need to have a portfolio of nature-based solution and technological solutions all together. We can't put direct air capture in every street corner, right? We have a lot of carbon to capture. So the strategy needs to be multidimensional. So just those are some of the thoughts on this.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few. I want to open this up to the audience, if that's okay. I've got plenty of questions here, but I'm hoping this has spurred a little bit of thought process. And so if there are questions, now would be a great time. If not, I'll go back to my list of questions. I'm not a college professor, but I know how to. Well, great. I think one of the big challenges with regional efforts is, who's the consumer, who's the producer, and how do you balance that in a policy framework? How do you socialize the cost of things that you need to do, and how do we value carbon itself? We have imputed costs that come about, Southern California, for example, with their floods, and it's attributed to climate change and the potential for that, and certainly attributable enough that we see insurance companies unwilling to insure in places like California and insure in places like Florida because of the potentials of that. That started a few years ago when Lloyd's of London said, this is now going to be an issue. That is a cost to consumers. How do we, because I think most consumers say, well, we just need to get rid of carbon. We can do this, but I don't want to pay for it. And so I guess the question that I have really is in that entire policy framework. How do we socialize the cost of carbon? Normally people will say, well, let's do a tax. But taxes are administration by administration. They don't necessarily work. You've seen that in Australia and other places. But if this is something that is going to come forward and is going to be able to support TAC, support carbon capture generally, and support all the kinds of chemistry that need to go in how do we take a carbon waste stream and turn it into useful products, that's going to take investment. So I always do this to my panels, and I apologize. You were all prepared for other questions. But Kevin.
Sure. Let me take a swing at it. No, I think it's a good point. I mean, socializing the cost of carbon capture and the cost of what we all kind of agree needs to happen going forward, and it's a challenging aspect, right? And there's no clear-cut answer. We've all talked about kind of social engagement and kind of socializing, if you will, the message. I think generally speaking, most people will say yes, this needs to happen, as you mentioned. But again, it's I think one of the prior panels was no one wants to pay more for XYZ, for power or whatever it might be, just to ensure that they have, to say that they're now supporting a cleaner, greener type approach to the environment or climate long term. Some will, not all. So in that framework, I think it's obviously it's about the education, it's the outreach, and it's kind of socializing it, more broadly than just say, these kinds of conversations are great, but to really push that out to the broader kind of consumer, if you will, and ensuring they understand the basis for everything that we're talking about and why it's important. But it also goes back, you mentioned consumer versus producer. Kind of goes back, at least in my mind, to, if I think of it from a project perspective, and I know that's kind of bringing it down a little bit more, a little bit to a tighter discussion topic, but, how do we model these types of projects, right? How do we model the cost of carbon, the voluntary offtakes? That market continues to evolve. The price of the technology in terms of what it costs to capture a ton of carbon, it's critically important, but that continues to evolve. So all of these things are dynamic, and they will continue to be dynamic for a long time to come. But again, what we're asking people to pay today may be different than what we're asking them to pay 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road. So I think it's an evolving message, but again, I think it's one that needs to get out to, again, a broader audience, and it needs to be repeated. It needs to be a conversation that continues to happen. So I'll leave it there.
Very good. Nusha, anything? Yeah.
Didn't run as long as the list this time. I think, Ken is right. I think education is a very important part of this. I think incorporating communities as part of this transition process is going to be super important. When people are more involved, they're more willing to pay. If something is out of mind, out of sight, it's harder to kind of justify. People don't think about it. They don't know what it takes. So it's very hard for them to value it. I think more and more the insurance issue is a huge issue for us in California. More and more that's, socializing that to people, like how, and the fact that people are struggling to get insurances, or actually the cost of insurance has gone up so high that it's very difficult for them to pay for it, makes them to think about the sources of carbon. Like how can we actually, it's not just capturing carbon, how can we reduce our carbon footprint in other ways? So I think we need to tackle this both at the source and at the, the capture, sort of the different capture technologies that can come in place. One thing I want to say also, I think you touched on something very important, which is who's a producer, who's a consumer. Maybe I think about this a little bit at state to state. We definitely don't want to end up cleaning one state, polluting another one. We just want to make sure the policies that we are putting is protecting everybody at the same time. And at the same time, people are paying for it and also feel, okay, if, I don't think, for example, one state should pay and then their carbon ends up in somebody else's backyard. So how can we make sure this is done right and this doesn't end up costing too much for some of the communities is also quite important. So it's kind of like the cost of unintended consequences that we are not capturing right now.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, I'll just add quickly. I think the easy answer from a policy perspective is a tax, right? Everybody knows the easy answer is a carbon tax. It's just, and even some industry folks are saying that's the way to go, but it's just not politically palatable, and it's not going to happen likely in the near term, if ever. So we need to figure out a way to make this a market. Glenn and I had these conversations years ago. I think Wyoming was kind of on the forefront. We'll build it. You bring your stuff here. We'll charge you to store it here. With that sort of model, like. I think states have a real opportunity to show that sort of leadership. What happened under Glenn's leadership, honestly, was we had that mentality. The market kind of developed itself, and now we have a market that's sort of starting to establish, and hopefully we're going to build some projects. I think there's ways that other states can follow that model and develop a market, but without the backdrop of a tax, we're going to figure out how to make a market and make some money out of this to actually make it develop.
Well, and I would agree with you. I think that's terrific. So, you know, a couple of last questions. One is we really talk about the West being a leader in sort of promoting this technology. Kevin, with Global Thermostat, really a manufacturer of equipment. To make a dent globally, you know, the West of our nation can make a small contribution. But one of the biggest challenges is what you're going to see overseas. You've got countries that are developing now. You've got countries that are pretty well developed. And as a friend of mine says, poverty has never been a good thing for the environment generally. So the challenge, it seems to me, is how we engineer the technology, how we build the policy framework, and how we can then export that to the other parts of the world. Not to go off on a wild tangent, but I just do this on a regular basis. You know, it really does feel to me like the things that we can do here can be incredibly valuable to our local economy, but very worthwhile to the global environment. And so again, Kevin, just because that's sort of your bailiwick, let me turn that over to you.
So just very quickly, maybe just to provide a little bit of perspective, and I'm sure the folks from Heirloom and Carbon Engineering would echo this. You know, if I look at, and again, I've only been on board for, you know, and in this industry really for a short time, relatively speaking, but just what I've seen in growth over the last, let's say 6 months, and what we've seen, I guess, collectively over the last, you know, 5 to 10 years has been tremendous in terms of just, again, a growing momentum in this space. If I look at kind of our sales pipeline, our opportunity pipeline as we sit right here, you know, a lot of it is in North America, a lot of it in the U.S., Western states. So we have MOUs, we have projects developing, we have lots of good conversations happening on all fronts. But we also have opportunities that are developing in other countries. You know, it's Spain, it's Denmark, it's Norway, it's Australia, it's New Zealand, and you know, Asia, and you just kind of go down the list. So there's worldwide a lot of interest and a lot of momentum again in what we're doing here in this space. You know, the West, let's say the West will end up probably, not necessarily the Western U.S., but the West, if you will end up probably being the leader in this space for the foreseeable future. But there are a lot of others that are very engaged and want to, are very hungry to pull this technology into their countries, into their industries, and really start to stand this up more and more going forward. And it's just, I'm excited to be a part of it. I think there's a lot of runway ahead of us in terms of what we're doing and what we're building.
So being a bit shameless in the proposal here, J.P. Morgan has recently put a lot of money into carbon, and it mostly is in Norway. Same with Microsoft, and so the opportunity set really is here if anybody's listening, and appreciate that, Google being here as well. And I do want to put a shout out to Project Bison. I think this is exactly the sort of opportunity set that can, you're really talking about direct air capture in Sweetwater County, and it is adjacent to an airport. It's a small airport, but sustainable aviation fuel is a piece of that. Cogeneration is an opportunity for all kinds of other industries to come along. Simplot is nearby. And so I think, you know, finding those kinds of pieces, the private-public partnership really can make a big difference. And Matt, I know this is an area that you've kind of looked at when you were kind of working with Glenn. I didn't know if you wanted to expound a little bit on those kinds of opportunities.
I think there's incredible opportunity when you look honestly at what we've done with the ITC and other things. Those are tremendous. They're 100% public-private partnerships, and without those public dollars and those public incentives, I think we're going to struggle to get a lot of these off the ground, thus with the infrastructure law as well as the IRA. So I'm clearly not an expert in public-private partnerships, but I don't think that we're going to be a whole lot of headwind in this space unless we utilize them to their fullest capacity. And I would suggest these folks probably know more about it than I do.
Well, and I was going to let Nusha put a bow on everything.
I think we are definitely looking into public-private partnership as part of that direct air capture hub that we are putting together. And I think it's just, we do definitely need public money, but we also need to figure out how these technologies are deployed and where do they fit into the process, and who owns the technology, who operates it, and do you hand it off to someone, or do you stay on, in place and operate it? So I think a lot of that needs to be put together. I think, we are, for example, we are looking into, for our own little project, looking into some form of a municipal utility, or not a municipal, it's like a kind of some form of a utility that can be the manager of the different flows of carbon, but doesn't necessarily need to own the carbon capture process or any of that. So that's one thing. One last thing I want to say on also, you touched on emerging markets, and I want to say, again, going back to my earlier comment, opportunity areas for each one of these markets are very different. We are much more developed, so a lot of these technologies need to have a place here for us to, I mean, as Ken mentioned, the West probably going to run this because we're fully developed, and we have to come up with a way to capture carbon and do other things that we can to minimize the effect we already has had. But the emerging markets actually have a chance to do things very differently. They can actually build cities that are much more carbon neutral, or can generate a lot less carbon, or have a less carbon footprint, or they can actually think about modular solutions that can put in place to do multiple things. So again, I want to make sure, I want to encourage everybody to think a little bit more about how we can come up with ways to come up with optimal portfolios for every location we are looking at, because that's the only way we can do this right. Otherwise, we can sort of repeat a lot of the disadvantages that we have had in the past round of infrastructure building in this round.
Thank you. Well, let's give a hand to the panelists. And my apologies for taking you off on wild chases. Jack.
Thank you, Governor. Can you guys hear me now? Got it. I'm tasked with a few housekeeping items, but before we go, I wanted to thank, obviously, our last panelists here, but all of our panelists for contributing to just a thoughtful and meaningful discussion on this issue. It's a critical issue for WGA, obviously, as embodied by Governor Gordon's initiative. So just can't thank everybody enough for providing that insight, and which will certainly help shape our policy recommendations that we'll put forward in the report due out later this summer. So I also want to thank Governor Polis for hosting us this week, and obviously Governor Gordon for joining us today. I'll go a little off script too, because you opened the door for that. But Governor Gordon truly does embody the WGA spirit and the leadership and stewardship of the West that we, quite frankly, as an organization, wouldn't be able to survive without his leadership and that of his fellow governors. But I think it's emblematic that he's here. Make the time to travel down I-25 to come down, and I think as well as join us in Boise and just to host us up in Gillette. This has been an initiative that he put a lot of thought and energy into, no pun intended, but certainly means a lot to him. And so we appreciate just his stewardship and his leadership in holding and convening this discussion. So thank you for that, Governor. And, thank you. It's not always fun to be put on the spot, is it? Yeah, no, it's not. So, no, but really just want to thank all of our initiative sponsors and partners for helping making today possible. And then back to the housekeeping items, too. I want to invite everybody to the reception that will be starting just right out the doors here momentarily. Tomorrow, for those that are joining us, breakfast will be here at 8 a.m., and then we'll kick off our first panel and discussion at 9 a.m. So looking forward to seeing everybody. But really just want to thank, again, our participants and you, the audience, those that are here in person as well as virtually. Just we couldn't be here without you, and appreciate your support for the initiative, but also our Western governors and across the West. So with that, looking forward to seeing everybody out there. So thanks again.